don't see it. Huh?
So, so I can turn off this device here now? Yes, sir. So just doing some checks to make sure that once I get going, um, we have the national anthem queued. Yes, sir. We have Akeem online.
Yes, Doc.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is called to order, and in so doing, let us be upstanding for the national anthem of Jamaica. Mr. Akeem Cummings.
Okay,
Uh,
okay. I was supposed. Oh, uh, something went wrong with the sound not too long ago. Sorry about that. All right, let me go ahead. Good morning, one and all. I hope you are all having a good day so far. Uh, all protocols observed, and let us now go to our Father for His blessings on this conference, this very important and relevant conference. So let us pray. Most righteous and eternal Father, we acknowledge you, O God, as King of kings and Lord of lords. Lord, we come, O God, on this wise, knowing, Lord, that all powers that be, Lord, you are the one that ordained them. And Lord, you have instructed us that we should pray for those that are in leadership, that we may have a quiet and peaceful life. And Lord, even as we host this conference, we pray, oh God, that your presence will be with us. Lord, that you, oh God, will guide us through every proceeding. Lord, from day one through to day two. We pray, oh God, that you will give us that spirit of courage and boldness, Lord, to speak, oh God, out against any form of injustice. Lord, that you will give us the wisdom, oh God, of how to handle situations. Lord, we just look to you in faith, believing, knowing, oh God, that you are able to take us through. Lord, we pray that you will move upon every person that will participate in this program. And Lord, that you will give them wisdom, you will give them the words, oh God, that as they open their mouth, you will fill it in the name of Jesus. Lord, we just ask you that you would just bless us and bless this conference. Lord, cause it to have an impact upon this nation. In the name of Jesus, cause our minds to be renewed from this conference. Lord, that we will leave here and go out and play our role in advancing the welfare of this nation. We ask you, Lord, for these and other mercies in your Son's powerful name. Amen and amen.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a signal honor to welcome each and everyone to this very important conference. And I am extremely pleased at the attendance and support that has been given by the members of the Caribbean community for this conference. We are gathered for a very important 2 days of discussion on a theme that is appropriately fitting and fittingly appropriate for an occasion such as this: securing participation, inclusion, and non-discrimination of persons with disabilities through legislation. I want to personally acknowledge the ministers, the attorneys general, the permanent secretaries, the technocrats, the members of academia, members of the community of persons with disabilities, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, the Right Honorable Baroness Patricia Scotland QC, and our important partners, very important partners, the Commonwealth Secretariat, UNESCO, and Digicel Foundation. We are also extremely pleased at the support of the members of the committee that gave tremendous support to this conference. And I say to all the members of the committee that where we are today could not have been possible without you, because teamwork makes the dream work. And I appreciate your efforts tremendously. And as I go through the program, I will be acknowledging various individuals who are present. So bear with me as I navigate through the program for the next hour or so for this opening session. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for really making the time and effort to be here today. And we look forward to 2 days of exhilarating discussion on the issue of developing model legislation for persons with disabilities in the Caribbean, as we aim and strive to secure the participation and inclusion and non-discrimination of persons with disabilities in our region. I thank you. And at this time, I would like to move to introduce the Minister of Labor and Social Security in Jamaica to bring brief greetings. The Honorable Carl Samuda is a businessman, farmer, and a technocrat, and is known as a veteran politician. As of September 2020, he was appointed Minister of Labor and Social Security. Prior to that, on June 17, 2020, he was appointed Minister of Education, Youth and Information, and he also served as Minister without portfolio with responsible for education from March 2019 to June 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, I can say that Minister Samuda is my friend, and I want to take this opportunity to introduce him to bring greetings for this conference. Minister Samuda.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Morris, and friend and political colleague. We don't share the same political views, but we have one thing in common. We both like each other.
Merci beaucoup. Nous sommes
Yes.
aussi des
And it's a real pleasure for me to work with you in trying to secure maximum benefit and support for the community of disabled persons. It is with a deep sense of commitment to protect the rights of persons with disabilities that I address you this morning. I am particularly pleased to be able to be in this position this morning, especially when one imagines that only a short while ago, I came to the Ministry of Labor, and at that time I gave an undertaking that I would do everything in my power to ensure that all the legislation appropriate to the development of this particular community is adhered to and is allowed to progress as quickly as possible. It is very, very encouraging for me to reflect on the efforts of those who have worked in the ministry in respect of a particular piece of legislation that is very important for the development and progress of the community. And that is the Disabilities Act of 2014, which for these few years have been, effort has been made to try to get these regulations through Parliament. And these regulations will, in fact, now be debated as soon as Parliament reconvenes in September.
aussitôt que nous reprenons en septembre.
I'm not sure am I on?
Hello?
Am I on?
Tell him, tell him.
You're on, Minister. You're on. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. You will recall, Chairman, that when we first met at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, I gave this commitment that the legislative agenda of the ministry will be one of my great priorities. And it is against this background that I'm very happy to bring this news to the community, and we will proceed as rapidly as is possible. This will surely serve as a clear indication that this government is determined to ensure that despite our setbacks with the COVID-19 pandemic, we intend to build back better, smarter, and with an even greater resolve to ensure that in this progress, no one will be left behind, especially the community of disabled persons. Ladies and gentlemen, it is really encouraging to see the kind of effort that is put out by persons such as Professor Morris, who is forever vigilant in fighting for the rights and benefits that rightly should accrue to the community of disabled persons. And it is a real pleasure, as far as I am concerned, to work with someone with such dedication and with such absolute fervor and commitment to service. I also want to take this moment to congratulate the chairman on his elevation to the United Nations as our rapporteur for disabled persons from the Caribbean. I think that's a signal honor, and it speaks to the level of commitment that the Caribbean has shown to ensuring that someone of great skill and commitment is elevated to that position. I note that you have a very interesting agenda, which includes presentations from experts in various fields relating to the rights of persons with disabilities. The discussions promise to be engaging and very exciting. I, for one, will find it most interesting, I'm sure. And so I therefore look forward with great expectation to the positive outcome of the next 2 days at this conference. Congratulations for the organizers. Mr. Chairman, if I may become a little bit presumptuous, I will refer to you as Floyd. You know that over the years, notwithstanding moving from one ministry to the other, on every occasion that you have sought my participation, I've been only too happy to respond favorably in support of what I regard as your enormous effort in elevating the quality of exposure and involvement of the community of disabled persons. Congratulations for your continued commitment. Congratulations for the organizers. And I look forward anxiously to see what level of deliberations take place, which I'm sure will redound to the benefit of the entire community. Thank you very much for having me with you this morning, and I look forward to what comes out of this conference. Thank you.
Et merci. Je vais essayer de rassembler les résultats.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Minister, for
Merci, Monsieur
your
le Ministre,
greetings, and we
pour votre salutation.
do appreciate your time and effort, and I do strongly acknowledge your continued support for persons with disabilities, and also express our profound appreciation for you moving the needle along to get the regulations tabled in Parliament to set the stage for the implementation of the Disabilities Act 2014. Thank you very much, Minister. And I indicated earlier that we have had a number of partners in the conference, and one such group that is of critical importance is UNESCO. And we have here present at the location the director at the Jamaica Country Office, Ms. Sanchez, and also our liaison, Mrs. Paula Estures, and also based in Germany at the moment is another one of our liaison that we have worked with for this conference, Miss Juliana Newman. And we want to say we appreciate your effort and your support for the conference. But equally, we have to bring greetings for us, Ms. Gabriela Ramos. And Ms. Ramos is the Assistant Director General for the Social and Human Sciences of UNESCO, where she oversees the contributions of the institution to build inclusive and peaceful societies. Her agenda includes the achievement of social inclusion and gender equality, advancing youth development, promotion of values through sports, anti-racism and anti-discriminatory agenda, and ethics of artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I present to you Ms. Gabriela Ramos.
Thank you so much, Mr. Senator, and I would have been delighted to join you in person and to be with our fantastic team down there, but we're still in this fourth wave. We don't keep the count, but it's great to have you. I want to congratulate you, ministers, dear Vice Chancellor, dear Secretary General. We're very pleased to co-organize this very special ministerial conference on legislating for persons with disability in the Caribbean. Is super timely. You have heard the elements there that have been shared with us. And I should start by that, by expressing my deep appreciation to Senator Morris for his leadership in promoting this multi-stakeholder coalition, and of course the warm hospitality of the University of the West Indies for hosting us. And a special recognition also for the steering committee, which has worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this endeavor a success. And we need to think about the facts. We need to think about what are we addressing here and why is it so important? Because globally there are 1 billion persons with disability, 80% of whom live in countries of the global south. 1 in every 5 women is likely to experience some kind of disability in her life, while 1 in every 10 children is a child with disability. So the numbers are quite telling, and we need to react. In the Caribbean, there are over 1 million persons living with these conditions, facing systemic barriers that limit their participation in social, economic, and political life, and in short, having all these obstacles for fulfilling their full potential. And needless to say, people with disability have lower educational outcomes, employment, health, compared to other groups in our populations. In the Caribbean, around 90% of this group are unemployed. And when they are employed, we know that they have precarious conditions, lower paying jobs, and with very few perspectives for advancements in their career ladder. And they are more exposed to live in poverty or having higher rates of violence. One of the angles that really concerns me is the fact that women with disability face 10 times more possibilities of being aggressed, which is really morally wrong, is unacceptable. COVID-19 actually also has deepened these existing inequalities and has intensified the challenges faced by this group. And we know that it has been a very, very unequal, very unfair pandemic and economic and social crisis, and the most vulnerable are suffering more. And we can really count on this group in these very difficult conditions. Accessing public health services and information is really difficult from them, continue to be very difficult. School closures affect more those that don't have access to the devices to continue their learning online, and children with disability are such that group. We know also that there are positive messages. We know that the pandemic has also shown us that the technologies can provide with solutions like in the employment field or in the mobility field. So we need to really harvest and harness these elements. But for that, no doubt, we need effective regulation. And I commend the fact that you're putting the emphasis on this important aspect. I would add good legislation and better implementation is the sources of good outcomes. And we need to focus on these elements. Advancing legislation for with and by persons with disabilities, because we need to engage them too, in the Caribbean is necessary to protect and promote human rights and deliver on the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. This special ministerial conference is a timely opportunity to develop a guiding regional legislative model that can serve as the basis for CARICOM member states. Dear ministers, UNESCO is ready. My presence here, the presence of the teams on the ground, is a testament that we are ready to work with you in identifying the best policy practices to promote human rights and tackle intersecting forms of discrimination against people with disabilities. We place a special emphasis on bridging the gap between research and policy making, access to information, ensuring quality education, and building a culture of peace and with very strong social component. We have several programs, regional programs. We have been working with the UN Partnership on Persons with Disabilities. We have focused on Africa and Asia, so we are very pleased to have now the Caribbean with the very strong leadership of who are joining us today. We stand ready to continue supporting you with this endeavor. Count on UNESCO. Count on our partnership with all of you, with the University of West Indies, with the multi-stakeholder approach. Is about moving an agenda that is long overdue, and I'm very glad that we have this leadership around the table to deliver better for people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramos, for your kind words and greetings, and we look forward to continued partnership and support as you have articulated from UNESCO. And if we are to go by the enthusiasm and the support that has been given from your local team, we know that great things are in store. In fact, we have a training session that is lined up for young people with disabilities, and also for journalists within the Caribbean, all courtesy and supported by UNESCO. So we look forward to continued support and good working relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take the conference to another level in terms of a cultural item. A young lady who we are extremely proud of. And this is my opinion, and forgive me of being biased, let me declare, but I thought she would have been the festival winner for 2021 in Jamaica, but she had a very good entry in the festival song finals in Jamaica. And we want to take this opportunity to welcome Miss Camelia Isaacs to make her item. Miss Isaacs.
Good, beautiful. Greetings to all the ministers, Senator Floyd Morris, greetings to you as well. It's a pleasure for me to be here to encourage your hearts this morning. And yes, Senator Morris, join the talk of the town. You're not being biased, you're not the only one who believes that, but I am really proud of where I am today, because in mine eyes and in Jamaica's eyes, I'm a winner. Amen. And so there's a song I wrote. The chorus simply says, I am more than what you see. There's a great person in me everywhere that I go. I can make this be known. There's a giant who lives in me. So I'm going to sing it for you today. Be encouraged. Let's go. Failing is a word I don't know. Giving up is a sign I will never show. I may touch the ground, but I sure won't stay down. When out the strength of love, that's when inner strength is found. I am more than what you see. There's a great person in me. Everywhere that I go, I will make this be known. There's a giant who lives in me. Yeah, yeah. Don't look at my height and think I'm small. But just like a tree, I stand real tall. He who lives in me increases my strength to conquer every obstacle and tear down any wall. I am more than what you see. There's a great person in me. Everywhere that I go, I will make this be known. There's a giant who lives in me. I can do anything through the Lord Jesus Christ. When my strength is away, on His I can rely. He makes my feet like ice cream and gives me arms to break bars of steel. And I'll rise to any challenge. Losing I won't feel. Losing I won't feel. I am more than what you see. There's a great person in me. Everywhere that I go, I will make this be known. There's a giant who lives in me. I am more than what you see. There's a great person in me. Everywhere that I go, I will make this be known. There's a giant who lives in me. Everywhere that I go, I will make this be known. There's a giant who Thank you. So, as persons with disabilities, we have our little obstacles that we face from time to time, right? Especially when persons tend to place limits on us. But listen, we're not going to worry about a thing because guess what? Everything is going to be all right. Are you with me? Uh-huh. Let's go. You can snap your fingers, nod your head, do whatever you feel like doing. Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. 3 little birds pitched by my doorstep singing sweet songs. That is pure and true. What did they sing? This is a message to you. They said, here's a little song we wrote. You might want to learn it note for note. Don't worry, be happy. You see, in every life you have some trouble, but when you worry, it'll make it double. Don't worry, be happy. So don't worry about a thing, no, 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 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. I tell you, don't worry about a thing, no, 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 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. You see, ain't got no cash, ain't got no style. Ain't got nothing to make you smile. Don't worry, be happy. 'Cause when you worry, it'll make you frown. And you see, when you frown, you keep everybody down. So don't worry, be happy. Can you sing the chorus with me? Don't worry about a thing, no, 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 'cause what? Every little thing is gonna be alright. Oh, don't worry about a thing, no, 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 'cause every little thing is gonna be, you know, like jazz, right? So just chirp like them birds, like tweet, 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 Scooby-Doo, ba-da-bee-ba-da-ba-day. Hey, there's the song we wrote. I hope you learn enough. No, don't worry. Be happy. 'Cause in every life you have some trouble. But if you worry, it will only make it double. Don't worry, listen, I'm not worried, you see. I'm happy. Don't worry, no, 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 about a thing. No, 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 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Keep on smiling and shining, don't worry about a thing. No, 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 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Oh, you just take it easy, no, 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 don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Keep it calm, keep it cool, don't worry, no, 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 about a thing, no, no. Hold up your head, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. We are strong, we're wise, we're powerful, everything's gonna be alright. Yeah, every little thing is gonna be alright. Every little thing is gonna be alright. So don't worry, be happy. Thank you.
Oh boy. Wow. They say when music is nice, we must play it twice. Ah. Thank you very much, Camelia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I tell you, you know, as I listened to you, I started to protest in my mind by saying, I want justice. I want justice. Because I think that we need justice for the festival song competition. But next time around, you know, we in the community of persons with disabilities, we don't give up at all. So if we lose one time, we're going to come back the second time. And if we lose the second time, we're coming back the third time. And we're coming back better and stronger. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to press the program along, and we are going to move on now to another one of our critical partners from the CARICOM Secretariat, and representing the CARICOM Secretariat is Mrs. Ellen Royer, a national of the Commonwealth of Dominica, assumed the position of Director of Human Development in the Directorate of Human and Social Development of the Caribbean Community, and assumed the responsibility on the 1st of July 2019. In her current capacity as Director, Human Development, Mrs. Royer has oversight for the implementation of the Director's program of work, which includes health sector development, human development, crime and security, culture, youth, gender and community development, and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I present to you Mrs. Helen Royer from CARICOM.
Thank you very much, Senator Morris. Honorable Ministers, Permanent Secretaries, the Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, QC, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Attorney Generals, Senator Dr. Floyd Morris, Director of UWI Center of Disability Studies and CARICOM Special Rapporteur on Disability, Professor Dale Weber, Pro Vice Chancellor and Principal Mona Campus, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Vice Chancellor, University of the West Indies, Ms. Gabriela Ramos, Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences, UNESCO, Mr. Dennis O'Brien, Chairman, Digicel Foundation Group of Companies, representatives from civil society, the media, good morning. I am delighted to participate in today's special ministerial conference for the establishment of specific legislation to protect the rights and dignity of people with disabilities, and bring greetings to you from Ambassador Erwin Larrock, Secretary General, CARICOM. Equality is the public recognition effectively expressed in institutions and manners of the principle that an equal degree of attention is due to the needs of all humans. In a perfect world, the preceding statement by Simone Weil would be true. All men are created equal, and in a perfect world, all are treated equally, with each one enjoying his absolute right to health, education, employment, cultural expression, and full participation in the decision-making machinery of his country. In a perfect world, there is no need for policing of these rights, no need for laws and sanctions to enforce the rights of one's citizens. But we live in an imperfect world, and in this imperfect world, the discourse must be about equity and governments and society's responsibility of ensuring the rights and privileges of all citizens, and in particular, vulnerable population groups such as the young, the elderly, and people with disabilities. Honorable ministers, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the call for policy and legislation to be put in place for the creation of a disability-inclusive society in CARICOM can be traced as far back as 2004, when CARICOM ministers with responsibility for social and disability issues convened right there in Kingston, Jamaica, the first Caribbean ministerial meeting on disability. That first meeting directed a shift in the disability dialogue. The dialogue deepened in 2013 in Pétionville, Haiti, following the mandate from the 34th regular session of the CARICOM heads of government for a high-level ministerial meeting to address issues and concerns of people with disabilities living in the community. Structural inequalities, attitudinal and institutional barriers were among the key factors identified in the Pétionville conference as obstacles preventing people with disabilities from enjoying privileges and fundamental freedom, including the right to development. Furthermore, statistical data reveal that issues of lack of or barriers preventing access to health services, educational and employment opportunities, housing and transportation to facilitate assistive independent living, and importantly, inaccessible communication systems to add their voices in the shaping of their future are persistent challenges facing people with disabilities. Without these fundamental structures in place, the right to development is severely compromised, and many people with disabilities can continue to live in the shadow of life, unseen, unheard, and unacknowledged. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought into sharp relief these developmental and human rights challenges faced on a daily basis by people with disabilities. Every effort must therefore be brought to bear on rectifying these inequities. Yes, it is true that as a region, CARICOM has sought to address these inequities through the implementation of mandates from organs of the community, such as Council for Trade and Economic Development, the Council for Human and Social Development, and the Conference of the CARICOM Heads of Government, and for key programmatic initiatives, such as the Caribbean Cooperation in Health and the Pétionville Declaration. The subsequent appointment of a CARICOM rapporteur on disabilities to advocate for, monitor, and provide technical support for the implementation of this commitment, which is the most recent action to be undertaken, is also testament to the progress thus far. But the journey has been long and labored, and progress has not always caught up with our intentions and expectations. This special ministerial conference, with its focus on the establishment of specific legislation to protect the rights and dignity of people with disabilities, is therefore a most critical and defining step towards promoting a disability-inclusive society for present and future generations of the Caribbean community. I take this opportunity to single out for commendation Dr. Floyd Morris, the CARICOM Rapporteur on Disabilities, for the passion and commitment with which he has been fulfilling his mandate since his appointment. The convening of this conference for addressing specific legislation for the rights and dignity of persons with disabilities is just one of the commitments he has wholeheartedly embraced in the execution of his mandate. I am sure that our governments will not only ensure the promulgation of the identified specific legislation being put forward in this conference, but will also support capacity building in member states to implement the legislations and to enforce them should this become necessary. I call on you, members of civil society, to be your brother's keeper, and in so doing, to continue to advocate for the rights and dignity of the 1 million people with disabilities living in the Caribbean. Finally, to you, members of the media, I urge you to use your powerful platform to educate your audience on the richer, more cohesive, and egalitarian society we can build to weave a society in which each diverse human gift will find a fitting place, as posited by the American cultural anthropologist Margaret Mead. I wish you a productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Royer, for your greetings and your kind words, and to express our appreciation to the CARICOM Secretariat for their support for the conference, and especially Miss Beverly Reynolds, who has been working with us on the committee and giving tremendous support. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to really take time and effort to introduce my boss, the Vice Chancellor for the University of the West Indies, who is unavoidably absent because, you know, he has to be all over the Caribbean to drive the operations of the university. But nonetheless, he has sent a video presentation to express the university's views and commitment to the community of persons with disabilities. But I will just say a few words about the Vice Chancellor. Professor Sir Hilary Beckles is the 8th Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies. He's a distinguished academic, international thought leader, United Nations Committee official, and global public advocate in the field of social justice and minority empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, this outstanding Caribbean scholar is one that we can be justly proud of. And without any further ado, I take this opportunity to introduce our Vice Chancellor.
It is indeed for me a special honor of great significance to participate in this special ministerial conference for specific legislation for persons with disability in the Caribbean. This is all about access to education, facilities for teaching, learning, and research, and to focus upon a group of citizens within our Caribbean world and beyond who have been known for their resilience, for their commitment, for their caring, and who have every right to fully flourish within the context of Caribbean civilization. Of course, the university has within its strategic plan the pillar of access, that all citizens should have access to higher education and to the facilities of this university. Once you are willing and committed, there ought to be no impediment to your participation in the program of your choice. The university, of course, has good reason to celebrate the fact that within its academic infrastructure, there is a center for disability studies, and how proud we are of the fact that Dr. Floyd Morris, our distinguished senator, is the director of this institute. We are, of course, fully aware of his intellectual capabilities. We are aware of his reputation in the world of global diplomacy. We know that he is not simply a member of the university intellectual community, but he is part of a global community of scholars. And we are indeed very proud of his intellectual and his administrative work on behalf of all of those students of the region and beyond who, as a result of disabilities, have had to struggle, have had to focus, has had to develop advocacy, have had to develop a sense of care and responsibility for others to ensure that seamless world that education and the intellect are all about. The University of the West Indies is arguably the world's most dedicated and long-serving social justice university. For the better part of those 73 years of our existence, this university has stood for all of the major conversations and discourses around social justice, whether it was in a context of decolonization, whether in the context of equality for ethnicities, whether in the context of social justice in respect of the distribution of economic wealth and social mobility, whether in the context of gender policy and gender equity. And of course, now we are forging ahead to ensure that we are fully committed to the issue of equality and fairness of access for all of our students who, through no fault of their own, have had to endure specific disabilities within the context of an economy, a society, and an educational system that really have not functioned as efficiently for them as we would wish. But we are committed to removing all impediments and all obstacles in order to create that culture of full and equal access and efficiency. The university's reputation, therefore, is a part of this special conference. We know that our university would leave no stone unturned to ensure that there is justice for those with specific or special disabilities. And why is this? It is because we recognize that no university can be excellent unless it is also ethical. And the ethical university is the university that cares and demonstrates that caring equally for all of its students, its staff, and all members within its community. So we are thriving to become an ethical university within the context of the excellence of our teaching, learning, and pedagogy. I wish everyone in this conference all of the insights and visions that are necessary, and of course the energy that is required to move us along to that place of idealism. Let us conceptualize that ideal circumstance, and let us be advocate moving towards that idealism. I wish for all of you in this special conference much pleasure, great productivity, and the building of bonds across time and disciplines. All the very best to you.
Thanks very much for that very insightful and thought-provoking greetings from the Vice Chancellor. And, you know, those of us who are employees or students at the University of the West Indies can testify to the inclusive nature and participatory nature of the institution. And one of the things that is actively in pursuit at the moment is for a one UA disability policy that we are aiming to implement for the academic year 2021, 2022. So the university is well on the inclusive disability agenda, and we're very much appreciative of the greetings from the Vice Chancellor. Ladies and gentlemen, in planning this conference, we looked far and wide and we searched all over the world for a speaker who we believe could drive home the issue that we have to contemplate for this conference. And we searched and we searched, and we found an eminent and distinguished Caribbean powerweight, I would call it, a powerful individual. And I am not going to do the introduction, but at this moment I would want to call upon Mr. Misha Powell to introduce our keynote speaker, the Right Honorable Baroness Patricia Scotland.
Thank you, sir. All protocols duly observed, good morning. It is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker this morning, Her Excellency, the Right Honorable, the Baroness Scotland of Astol, Patricia Janet Scotland. Throughout her career, the Baroness Scotland of Astol has broken barriers and glass ceilings, and as such, we can think of no one better suited to be our keynote speaker today. It is impossible for me to adequately capture the achievements of this great woman, as time simply does not allow. I will, however, try to highlight a few. In 1991, she was the first Black woman to gain the honor of Queen's Counsel, and in 1994, she was named as a Millennium Commissioner and member of the Commission for Racial Equality. From 1999 to 2001, she was the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State at the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, where she was responsible, among others, for the UK government's diplomatic relations with North America, the Caribbean, overseas territories, the Consular Division, the British Council Administration, and all parliamentary business in the House of Lords. From 2003 to 2007, she served as Minister of State for the Criminal Justice System and Law Reform at the Home Office and Deputy to the Home Secretary. She is responsible for the creation of the Office of Criminal Justice Reform, which helped to create and support the National Criminal Justice Board and the Local Criminal Justice Board. On the 28th of June 2007, she was appointed Attorney General by the Prime Minister Gordon Brown, and she's the first woman to hold the office since its foundation in 1315. She became Advocate General for Northern Ireland, the UK government's chief advisor on Northern Ireland law in 2010, and served until the Labour government left office. At the 2015 Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, Baroness Scotland was nominated for the position of Commonwealth Secretary General, a position she has held since 2016. As a young Black Caribbean female attorney, I am encouraged, inspired, and blessed. To borrow from Maya Angelou, you, Baroness Scotland, make me proud to spell my name W-O-M-A-N. Please join me in welcoming Her Excellency, the Right Honorable, the Baroness Scotland of Astol, Patricia Janet Scotland.
Well, thank you for such a wonderful, warm good morning. And so I'm so delighted to be with you, honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished fellow participants, Caribbean friends, and colleagues. Many, many greetings. It is good to be able to connect with you all and to address this interministerial conference, to consider ways of securing participation, inclusion, and non-discrimination of persons with disabilities through legislation. I really want to thank the UWI Center for Disability Studies and the organizing committee led by Senator Dr. Floyd Morris for kindly inviting me to speak, and to Misha Powell for her kind words of introduction. Can I just say that I look forward to seeing many, many more Caribbean women, particularly Caribbean lawyers, rising to posts much higher than my own. And I know The Caribbean has the talent and the vigor and the power and the potential to achieve anything if we choose and God gives us the grace. So Hilary, my dear friend, and a real sire for the Caribbean, has long been a stalwart support and steadfast friend of Commonwealth engagement in the Caribbean region and more widely, notably to develop multilateral cooperation on education. Inclusion and equality of opportunity for all to fulfill their potential are amongst the values and principles to which, through the Commonwealth Charter, our 54 member nations and the institutions which serve our 2.4 billion people are committed. For the 60% of our populations who are under the age of 30, who face a far from certain future, these issues have never been more important than they are today. In commitments under the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, ensuring none are left behind is a high priority. And for persons with disabilities, this is of immense importance. Indeed, at the most recent Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, our leaders agreed to address the stigma around disability in all its forms and manifestations, and to encourage all member countries to ratify and implement the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. I speak today in that context and see this conference as helping to accelerate legislative reforms to address discrimination and isolation of persons with disabilities in mainstream society, and to establish an enabling rights-based environment in keeping with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Excellent work is being done by ministers with responsibility for persons with disability and by attorneys general and permanent secretaries in countries throughout the Caribbean region, and also by disabled people's organizations and academic institutions, the private sector and other stakeholders. And we've had a taste of some of that commitment and passion and determination right in this conference today. Now, at the Secretariat, Commonwealth Secretariat, we welcome opportunities to work alongside the governments, institutions, and people of our member nations on specific initiatives, as, for example, in 2019, on the I Am Able To Regional Conference on Disability Rights, convened and hosted by Antigua and Barbuda. A key recommendation of that conference was for more time and resources to be invested towards strengthening legislative frameworks as guided by the CRPD, and to implement and uphold anti-discrimination laws in the region. Accordingly, our Commonwealth Secretariat support for this two-day conference is to carry forward engagement in this region on research and to build capacity. We do so within our continuing commitment to empower and include persons with disability in all our programs. Under our new Commonwealth Secretariat strategic plan, we shall enhance this work still further by ensuring that this aspect of inclusion is factored into all thematic aspects of our engagement. Practical examples of contributions to this are the setting up and support of the Commonwealth Children and Youth with Disabilities Network, and the formal accreditation last month of the Commonwealth Disabled People's Forum. Through the network and forum, equal opportunities advocacy within the Commonwealth, including in the Caribbean region, will continue to expand and deepen for all people with disabilities. This means having the right to be fully included in Commonwealth decision-making processes on policy at all levels. We also continue to advocate for better social and demographic data on persons with disabilities. Without accurate, disaggregated data, the challenges faced will continue to be underrepresented and inadequately understood. with the result that resources needed to develop policies and programs are likely to be inadequate. In the new edition of our Youth Development Index report, to be launched shortly by the Commonwealth Secretariat, we've included a full section on persons with disabilities and highlight data relating to the particular development challenges being faced. Now, through such interventions, and with much more work still needing to be done, we work alongside you so that the Caribbean, as in all regions of the Commonwealth, all people can enjoy the freedom, security, and dignity of living in fair, equitable, and just societies, free from all forms of discrimination and stigma. Now, I have already referred to commitments to leaving no one behind. Yet prejudices and discrimination against people with disabilities are deep-rooted and persist as barriers to social and economic inclusion. Trends in systemic inequality show that prosperity is not equitably shared, and with enduring denial of persons with disabilities of opportunities for employment, for equal participation in civil, political, and cultural life. According to the WHO World Report on Disability, 15% of the world's population, or more than 1 billion people, are living with disability. We have to redouble our efforts to remove the obstacles which impede participation for all people living with disabilities of any kind or degree, and whether visible or invisible. During the COVID-19 pandemic, isolation and reductions in provision of services have tended disproportionately to affect negatively the lives and mental well-being of people with disabilities. Distressingly, some of the hard-won social and economic progress made over the past 20 years has been eroded. Now, to remedy this, we need to build back better by deepening understanding of disability issues from a human rights perspective. All our citizens have the right to be respected, the right to be protected, and the right to have a safe and secure environment to fulfill their potential. These are not special dispensations or favors. These are human rights. The COVID-19 pandemic has heightened our understanding and our awareness of growing disparities in education, access to health services, social protection, technology, employment, communication, and meaningful opportunities for participation in so many aspects of daily life. Deteriorating indicators of poverty and unemployment warn of a tsunami of social and human development challenges, and we need to take action now to avert this, including by working together to implement the CRPD. We must work harder to remove the obstacles faced by people with disabilities, do more to promote inclusive institutions, and at the heart of our response, we must develop and enforce the anti-discrimination laws. Each and every one of us has a contribution to make. And through mutual encouragement and support, we can renew and revitalize multilateral commitment towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. We know that our real gold, our real diamonds, are our people. And those diamonds come in so many beautiful colors and shades and dimensions. And we need to treasure each and every one if we are to achieve that which we aspire to achieve, not only for ourselves and our region, but also for our world. So this international moment where we come together to join in this interministerial conference is a really valuable opportunity to reflect on what has been achieved, to identify gaps in current legislation and provision, and to agree on what should be our priorities for action going forward. We do this best by listening to persons with disabilities as they outline their daily challenges, and by hearing how they would wish to realize their aspirations to contribute to building a more inclusive and prosperous society. You know, it's always been said in our region, if you really want to know where the shoe pinches, you have to walk in that person's shoes. So we need to walk in the shoes of the persons who we love and the persons who have disabilities. Because if we walk with them, we will find, if we listen to them, that they will help us on the right path to deliver and leaving no one behind. Every one of us must make it our business to understand the world and our communities from the perspective of persons with disabilities. Only then will we be able to reimagine and recreate a world that is inclusive and respects the rights of persons with disabilities, and a world which is better for all of us. To be able to live independently and participate in community life on an equal basis is not too much to ask. Access to adequate healthcare and inclusive and quality education should be regarded as basic necessities in 2021. Yet according to the UN, 90% of children with disabilities in developing countries do not attend school. These are our children. To have decent employment opportunities in mainstream jobs should not be too much to ask. Yet unemployment amongst people with disabilities is far higher than for the population as a whole. To be included into all of societies as equals and not face violence, stigma, or discrimination is not too much to ask. And so the Commonwealth collectively remains committed to bold and specific action on these and other issues, which I know will be raised in this conference as we strive towards a Caribbean that is more prosperous, more fair, more just, and more sustainable and more secure. However significant the issues and however insurmountable the challenges may seem, we can, by working together, achieve what is necessary and what justice and human dignity demand. To do so, we have to focus on the principles of human rights and not just talk, but to innovate and to act, to implement and to monitor progress. I look forward with you to a productive conference. We owe it to the persons with disabilities, the advocates and the campaigners whose message and influence are needed more than ever as yours. Your passion and commitment will prevail. And I believe future generations will inherit the kind of society we seek today. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, not just for the people of Jamaica, not just for the people of the Caribbean, not just for the people of the Commonwealth, but I want to thank you for what you will do together and what you will learn together, because this will help all of us in the world. So may God bless you for what you've already done. May God bless you for what you're doing now. But I want to say the biggest blessing, the biggest thank you for what you will do after this conference to make sure the dreams we have of equality, the dreams we have of not leaving anyone behind. Let's make all those dreams come true for all of us, but particularly for those who need it most, those with disability. So thank you so much for allowing me to share this time with you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, Right Honorable Baroness Patricia Scotland. You know, as I listened to her excellent presentation, I said we made the right choice for an excellent speaker to deliver the keynote address for this conference, because she touched on all the important issues that are of value and importance to persons with disabilities, and issues that should be captured in the template for specific legislation that we'll be examining over the next 2 days. And so we want to say thank you very much, Secretary General, from the bottom of our heart. We are proud of you as a daughter of the Caribbean, and we appreciate your tremendous efforts. And I want to say this publicly, to acknowledge the Commonwealth Secretariat. You're not just talking the talk, but you're walking the walk, because we recently signed an agreement with the Commonwealth Secretariat, the Center for Disability Studies, one for support, tremendous support for this conference, and two, as a part of a pilot initiative to fund research in healthcare in the Caribbean. And we're going to be doing the first research come this year, looking at the whole issue of access to healthcare for persons with disabilities in the region. And we're looking forward to that, building on that partnership, because it is all about improving the quality of life of persons with disabilities in the region. And I want to thank the Commonwealth Secretariat for their tremendous effort. Thanks again, Secretary General, for your stimulating presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, I will make my closing remarks by highlighting and acknowledging for the records some very distinguished individuals who have joined in on the conference. You know, the last time I checked the participation needle, it indicated that some 91 individuals have signed on the Zoom. This is not inclusive of those who are tracking the YouTube account. And so when we started out this conference, our original target was 50 individuals. And we have long passed that. Even this morning, the coordinator for the conference, Ms. Pam Archer, was telling me that she was getting mails for individuals to who wanted to be a part of the conference, because this conference has stimulated tremendous interest across the Caribbean. And so we are very grateful for those who have been participating. And I want to take this opportunity to just highlight some permanent secretaries, ministers, and attorney generals that I have signed on thus far. There might be others who have signed on because, as I've said, you know, we sent out the invitation to individuals and we never got the response, but we know that some are there in social media tracking the conference. So I want to acknowledge these ministers, permanent secretaries, and attorney generals. From, let me just check and see what's happening to my computer today. I don't think that this computer should do this to me at this time because the technology has been holding up very well thus far. So I don't know what has gone wrong with me, and I'm not hearing anything on it at all. But okay, all right. Yes. Okay, the permanent secretary for Bahamas, Fedra Raming, appears from Guyana, Malcolm Watkins, and the Attorney General, Mohabir Landau, St. Kitts and Nevis, General Lewis and Attorney General Vincent Byron, Grenada, P.S. Chrissy Worm Charles and A.G. Dear Forrester, Belize Minister, the Honorable Dolores Bella Valderramas Garcia, Suriname, Urint Ramsaran, Jamaica, Minister Carl Samuda and Attorney General Marlene Malou Fort, Antigua Minister Dean Jones and P.S. Joan Carrot, St. Lucia, Velda Joseph, Trinidad and Tobago, Minister Donna Cox, and P.S. Jacinta Bailey Sobers, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Oren Brewster and P.S. Catherine De Freitas, Montserrat, P.S. Linston Skerritt, Barbados, P.S. Gabriel Springer, and Mr. Edmund Ixon, MP. And we have from Barbados as well, committee member and former president of the Senate of Barbados, Miss Kerry-Ann Eiffel. And, you know, as I mentioned Kerry-Ann Eiffel, I also recognize Miss Marissa Finch from St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well. And the reason why I mention both of these individuals is because in 2012, we were in Chile at a conference hosted by ECLAC, the Economic Commission of Latin America and the Caribbean. And I remember giving a speech at that conference, and I indicated that we were going to ignite a fire in the Caribbean for persons with disabilities. And the conference that we are having today is a part of that fire that we are igniting in the Caribbean to stimulate the participation, inclusion, and non-discrimination of persons with disabilities through legislation. Ladies and gentlemen, I am excited, I am stimulated, and I am anticipating the next 48 hours of tremendous dialogue and discourse on the subject at hand. We implore you to stay tuned with us throughout the presentations because we have some very interesting discussions to take place. We have coming up Professor Marcus Schiefer, is one of the leading experts internationally on disability law. We have a panel coming up sharing the experiences of the countries in the region that have implemented the the disability specific legislation. We have coming tomorrow or this afternoon a side event where we are going to be discussing the issue of the COVID pandemic and persons with disabilities in the region. And then tomorrow we have Ms. Akiko Ito from the United Nations sharing with us, along with distinguished panel from the Commonwealth who have implemented legislation for persons with disabilities, and we'll be looking at the draft, the template that we have developed for specific legislation in the region. And so it is 2 days of intense discussion and dialogue. And so we ask for you to just stay tuned. We're going to take a little break just to have a little tea, and those who drink their coffee will drink their coffee. And then we'll be back with you with the conference agenda for the rest of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much for your support thus far, and we look forward to continued dialogue. This conference is officially open. Thank you very much. Hello, I will be starting back in 2 minutes. So I'm asking all to get themselves in order as we reconvene in 2 minutes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are reconvening the conference, and I'm asking all individuals who are on site at the location to take their seat, and ask as well that all participants in Zoom land, get ready for the next session, which this session will last until 12:30, and this session primarily will give an overview of the conference and look at the legislative situation in the Caribbean. So I want to once again thank the members of the committee for the tremendous support that they have given in planning for this conference. We have been at it from about March, and when we started out, we knew exactly what we wanted, and it required the best team to really put the conference together. And I have had over the years a number of individuals working with me at the University of the West Indies and also partners in the community of persons with disabilities, the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities, the Combined Disabilities Association. And we have made excellent partnership over the years. Prior to this conference, we have had 4 regional conferences, and this is another major initiative in that fine tradition. So once we started planning, it was necessary that we had a team on board that would give the critical support. And we also continue to sing the praises and commendation of our partners, Digicel Foundation and the Commonwealth Secretariat, and importantly, CARICOM and UNESCO, because both institutions had representatives on the committee that were involved in the planning. And I must say, I am pleased at what we are seeing thus far. The conference primarily is designed to focus on building a template, a legislative template for countries within the Caribbean. The fact is that some individuals will say, why we focus on legislation? Why we focus on legislation? Why we focus on legislation? But if you understand the issues confronting persons with disabilities, you'll realize that it is difficult to drive the disability agenda without a legislative anchor. After the decade of the disabled, which was declared by the United Nations in 1981-82, when that after that declaration came the standard rules, and individuals thought at the time that it was going to be the new norm for persons with disabilities across the world. But what happened is that there was a lot of disappointment because the standard rules, whilst had some very good information in it about persons with disabilities, a very good framework, it never had any binding effect on state parties. It was more left up to the social consciousness of individuals within states to put in place measures to support persons with disabilities. So we had a period where, whilst you had that framework, that policy framework, very little was accomplished in terms of ensuring that persons with disabilities were included in mainstream education, persons with disabilities were included in healthcare, persons with disabilities were provided with access to public facilities. And we see it today, it still exists across the world because, you know, very little was accomplished. And that is why in 2001, progressive countries like Mexico moved a resolution at the United Nations calling for the establishment of a convention specific to persons with disabilities. And that triggered what we now know as the rights-based era of persons with disabilities, where the focus is on the human rights of persons with disabilities. And within that context, we have a situation of legislation playing a fundamental role in the participation, inclusion, and non-discrimination of persons with disabilities in mainstream society. So once it is that you are going to talk about driving the disability agenda in the new millennium, you have to have a legislative anchor, because it is legislation that is going to mandate and make sure that states do what they are supposed to do to get persons with disabilities in educational institutions, get persons with disabilities in terms of employment, get persons with disabilities in terms of housing, access to information, access to public facilities. Because let's face it, very few groups within societies face the sort of discrimination that persons with disabilities face. And if you want to challenge me on that, I can bring the data to you to support it. Because when you look at employment, for example, in the Caribbean, and ECLAC did a study across the region in 2017 on the situation of persons with disabilities in the region. And the data was showing anywhere between 80 and 90% of the population of persons with disabilities being unemployed. And that corroborates with the data from World the World Health Organization report on persons with disabilities 2011, which showed that countries, developing countries, had significantly high levels of unemployment for persons with disabilities. And an adjunct to that is the situation of the education of persons with disabilities. We did a study, a socioeconomic study in Jamaica in 2015. And the data was showing that upwards of 70% of the respondents who were purely persons with disabilities, these individuals never had any form of certification, any form of academic certification. And it synchronizes with another study that we did in 2010. We did an assessment of 100 primary and high schools across Jamaica. And 77% of these educational institutions were deemed inaccessible to persons with disabilities. Now, if you have educational institutions that are inaccessible to persons with disabilities, then these individuals are not going to be able to get an education that will trigger the next level to employment. And so it is incumbent that governments across the region put in place legislation to eradicate this level of discrimination that is taking place against persons with disabilities. If we don't have the legislation, I can tell you the disability agenda in the region is going to come to naught, because what you will be doing is to be allowing the agenda to rely on just the goodwill of individuals. And I will tell you that thus far, we have seen some efforts, but it is not significant to bring about that transformation that we want to see in the region. And I tell you, I am very passionate about this because I have a disability. And I might be one of the fortunate ones who have fought the system and gotten to where I am today. But there's a saying in Jamaica that goes, to whom much is given, much is expected. And that is why I am relentless in my pursuit, because I don't know how long I will be on earth. And I know that it's not that veterans in the system like Aubrey Webson, like Arvell Grant, Sarah Newland Martin, Monica Bartley, Claudia Edwards, veterans who have Mr. Singh in Trinidad and Tobago, Derek Palmer. It's not that these individuals never did tremendous work, you know. They did tremendous work. But if they had the legislative anchor behind their work, we would be further ahead in driving the disability agenda within the region. And I am making the appeal now to the ministers, the permanent secretaries, and the attorney generals to ensure that you give serious thought and action to preparing legislation to protect the rights and dignity of persons with disabilities. No country can maximize their full potential with 15% based on World Health Organization data, with 15% of the population languishing behind. As a matter of fact, based on how economic development is calculated, if you have 15% of your population not being included in the development agenda, it is going to impact on your growth targets and your growth levels. And so it is incumbent upon states to make sure that you integrate, you include persons with disabilities in all aspects of life in the Caribbean. And we, outside of the legislative drafting, you know, we're gonna embark on a serious campaign to tear down, to debunk some of what I call the disability infodemics in the Caribbean, where it comes to persons with disabilities, because a lot of false narratives have been bantered about the place where persons with disabilities are concerned. You know, they make it look as if, boy, because we have individuals who are deaf, they can't function effectively in the education system. They make it look as if you have somebody who has a physical disability, it's going to be a burden in the workplace because you have to build all manner of facilities to accommodate the use of wheelchairs. They make it look as if you have a visual disability. You know, you can function effectively in the community. And then they call us all manner of names in the communities. All of these things we're gonna have to tackle outside of the legislative framework. But the legislation have to give support to all of that. The legislation have to give support to all of that. One of the things that I want to point out in this conference, and we will go into that discourse this afternoon, is that based on where we are today 6 countries within the Caribbean have disability-specific legislation. Bahamas, Haiti, Antigua and Barbuda, Cayman Islands, Guyana, and Jamaica has passed its legislation in the parliament and in the process of moving to implementation. Trinidad and Tobago has an Equal Opportunities Act, which speaks to the issue of non-discrimination against persons with disabilities. But it is not a disability-specific legislation. And it doesn't cover all the essential elements that you would want to cover under a disability-specific legislation, because there are some intricate issues that will have to be dealt with in a disability-specific legislation in order to deal with the issues relating to persons with disabilities. And so we, whilst there is that Equal Opportunities Act in Trinidad, there is a need to move towards a disability-specific legislation. Barbados is advanced in developing, formulating their disabilities legislation. I am certain that they had gone to parliament they had a draft of their legislation. So we see some progress there. And I see St. Vincent and the Grenadines is moving towards the establishment of disability-specific legislation. They have a project that they are currently working on where that is concerned. And, you know, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a unique case it's one of the unique cases in the Caribbean, because it has signed and ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, but it has also signed the optional protocol to the convention. Now, one of the things you have to understand about the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, it has the optional protocol, which, as the name suggests, is optional, that countries can sign, which gives the opportunity to individuals, and I'm certain that my ace Professor Schiefer will touch on that in his presentation. I'm looking forward to Marcus's presentation so much, because I'm very much bowled over by the brilliance of the man. But the optional protocol that is signed by St. Vincent makes individuals with disabilities in that jurisdiction have the opportunity where they can take a case of individual discrimination or violation against a person with disability to the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities at the United Nations. But we have to understand how that works, because you have to exhaust all the systems and procedures that have been established domestically before you can move an individual inquiry at the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So, you know, I commend the St. Vincent and the Grenadines government in terms of signing and ratifying the convention and also signing the optional protocol. And also, I'm looking forward to them having the disability specific legislation to back up the efforts. As a matter of fact, I will tell you, as I mentioned, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I mean, last year when we published, or year before, when we published the first disability index, they came out on top in the Caribbean as the leading country in terms of the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Now, I think it's St. Lucia is another country that has signed and ratified the CRPD and signed the optional protocol. And I think Dominica has also signed and ratified along with the optional protocol as well. Okay, so in summarizing the situation of the legislation in the Caribbean and the whole situation of this conference, we aim to ensure that all countries within the region establish disability-specific legislation. And what we have done is to prepare a template based on our knowledge and experience of disability law in the Caribbean, in the Commonwealth, and globally, so that these countries that have not yet developed disability-specific legislation can formulate their legislation to protect the rights and dignity of persons with disabilities. And oh, what a day that will be when all countries within the Caribbean have specific legislation to protect the rights and dignity of my brothers and sisters with disabilities. I am looking forward to that day with eager anticipation. Thank you very much. And whilst I do that now, okay. Yeah. Okay, all right. I was just checking to make sure that Professor Schiffer is on. And this is a very interesting session that we are going to have. That promises to be very interesting. We want to welcome Professor Schiffer to the Caribbean virtually. I was hoping that we would have a face-to-face conference where we take Professor Schiefer from Switzerland to the Caribbean to let him enjoy the beauty, the warmth and beauty of the Caribbean. But, you know, as a colleague member of the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities for the next 4 years, I'm certain that I'll get the opportunity to carry him to the Caribbean so that he can enjoy some of the jerk chicken and ackee and saltfish and the rundown. But Professor Schiefer is a distinguished scholar in international law, and he has extensive publications on the subject of international law. And as I indicated, he is a member of the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And I was particularly drawn to the brilliance of the man, as you know, he went through some issues relating to the individual inquiry and individual communique on the Committee of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And I'm fascinated by how he guided the whole discussions. And, you know, I wanted to get him to share on this important issue of the international commitments as it relates to persons, international legislative commitment as it relates to persons with disabilities. And without further ado, I will give Professor Schiefer the floor to make his presentation, and then we will have individuals asking questions. You can indicate those questions in the chat, and we will monitor those questions and give you the feedback. So over to you, Professor Schiefer. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Floyd Morris, for this very generous introduction. Of course, I would have much preferred to visit you in Jamaica. In fact, I'm right on vacation now, which explains the somewhat strange background. And it would have made for a great vacation, of course, in a much nicer place than I am now. Now, I've been asked by the organizers to present some thoughts on the legal commitments the ratifying the CRPD entails. I will focus my subsequent comments on this question. I will share the screen and show you the slides that I've prepared for this. Let me see, I will have to put this on a different kind of mode, move it over a bit, and then press here so that you can see the slides. Can you see this now? I hope it's visible. They should be accessible for persons who have visual impairments. Now, in what I will do in the next half hour or so before we go over to the questions, I will make some comments on what it means that the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is law. What does that mean? I will address some of the main procedures that the committee follows in applying the CRPD, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. I will focus in on the obligations of states parties. What are the kinds of obligations that they have assumed by their ratification of the convention? If time permits, I will pick out 3 guarantees of the convention: the right to equal recognition before the law, the right to independent living, and the right to access to justice. Now, I'm not sure if I will be able to go into those specific guarantees, but if there's any need from your part, then of course we can address these issues during the question session. I understand that I should be speaking for about half an hour, and for the subsequent half hour of 40 minutes and the rest of the hour, we will deal with questions. We will engage into a dialogue. So first, let me place the CRPD in the UN human rights system. The UN human rights really started out with the Convention Against Racial Discrimination in 1965, followed by the 2 large human rights treaties, the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. These 2 covenants together basically cover all the human rights that we have until this day. It very soon, however, became clear that these 2 covenants just on their own were not sufficient. So what the UN did is they started to design specific human rights treaties. In 1979, the Convention for the Rights of Women. In 84, the Convention Against Torture. In 89, the Children's Rights Convention. In 1990, the Convention for the Protection of Migrant Workers. And in 2006, we have the 2 latest conventions, the one against enforced disappearance and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Now, the CRPD is among the youngest of the UN human rights treaties. It was born out of the realization that the 2 comprehensive treaties from 1965 did not protect the human rights of persons with disabilities sufficiently. Now, this was not due to their design, but to their practical application. Persons with disabilities needed explicit protection of all the rights that persons without disabilities have. This is what the CRPD aspires. Ensure that persons with disabilities have, in fact, the same rights as everybody else, no less and no more. Today, 182 countries and the European Union have formally declared that they are legally bound by the CRPD. Our convention is international law, binding for all member states. The text ratified by the state parties is, one could call it, the linguistic expression of the obligations they assumed. At this point in my argument, I'm often confronted with the following question. How can an international treaty be law if there is no force behind it that can implement it without or even against the will of a recalcitrant state? The first answer lies in the law itself. 116 states have ratified the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. An additional 45 have signed it. And in this convention, we find in Article 26 the provision that says every treaty in force is binding upon the parties to it, and it must be performed by them in good faith. So the states parties to the Vienna Convention have given each other the binding promise that they will adhere to all the obligations they incur by the ratification of international treaties. Fulfilling the obligation is a vital precondition for the international credibility as reliable partners. As a lawyer, I would, of course, also discuss the international rules on state responsibility and these things, but we are not in a legal seminar here, so I want to refrain from that. Now, as do all the 9 major UN human rights treaties, the CRPD creates a committee whose task is to monitor the implementation of all its legal obligations by the states parties. Our committee, of which Floyd Morris and I are members, consists of 18 members from all corners of the world. As committee members, we do not represent our countries, but we have the function of independent experts. States parties and committee members alike need to be aware of this and act accordingly. No state party may ever expect its committee member to protect its interests, and no committee member may ever even be tempted to curry favors to its own state. I myself am a regular critic of Switzerland's disability policy, or rather its lack thereof. And Swiss authorities have always had the good sense to refrain from mentioning why I would be so critical, even though they support me greatly. Our committee monitors the implementation of the CRPD by the state parties. In this process, our task is to assess whether the state party complies with the legal obligations it assumed with the ratification of the convention. In order to fulfill this task, we first, in the committee, need to expound the meaning of the provisions in the convention, the legal meanings. In many areas, the text of the convention is quite specific and it lends itself to a relatively straightforward determination of its meaning. In some areas, however, the text may be opaque and hard to understand. Let me give you an example. Article 4.2 of the CRPD, which I will pick up later on again. It states, with regard to economic, social, and cultural rights, each state party undertakes to take measures to the maximum of its available resources, with a view to achieving progressively the full realization of these rights. Now, the first question we have to ask in the committee is, what are economic, social, and cultural rights? How much is to the maximum of its available resources? How fast is achieving progressively? Now, I don't want to go into the details of interpreting the CRPD. What we need to be aware of is the fact that this is not just an endeavor that each of us 18 individuals can go about as we please. This is a legally bound process. Of course, it makes a big difference of how we were socialized, from which culture we come from, how we were brought up, what our views on life is. But in the end, it is important that we understand our job as that of interpreters of the law and not as that of those who want to fulfill our own personal aspirations. That's the big difference between sitting on this committee and, for example, working in an OPD, in an organization of persons with disabilities. The committee has 3 different types of procedures with which it works. First, there is the periodic review process. And for those states that have ratified the optional protocol, Floyd Morris has referred to it already, there is the individual complaints process, and third, the inquiry process. I will walk you slowly through these three processes. I skipped some slides, so I will go forward. Don't let yourself be. So here are the three processes: this reporting procedure, the individual complaints procedure, and the inquiry procedure. So how do these work? The reporting procedure is regulated in Article 35. It requires all states parties to submit a comprehensive report on measures taken to give effect to the obligations under the Convention within 2 years upon ratification, and after that, every 4 years. Based on this report by the states and on alternative reports by civil society organizations, on reports by other United Nations offices and other sources, the committee assesses or tries to assess the situation in the country. It is of crucial importance that the committee has alternative reports by civil society at its disposal. This is a call to all civil society organizations to, whenever their state is in the process of submitting a state party report, to draw up alternative reports, to give us in the committee their point of view, their view of what the state does and what the state does not do to implement the CRPD. States parties reports are usually, they look quite good. When you look at them, you sometimes get the impression everything's fine in a country. And then you turn to the alternative report and you start to realize not everything is fine. So based on these, on this material, the committee then draws up a so-called list of issues. It's a list of with a large number of questions that are still open after reading the states party reports, after reading the alternative reports by the UN offices, other sources. This list of issues goes to the state. It is public, and the state usually has about half a year to hand in their answer. And again, once the state party has handed in its answers, the civil society again is asked to participate, to furnish their views, their input to the committee, so that we can decide not just on the answers by the state, but on the critical perspectives of organizations of persons with disabilities. Based on this material, also on the answers to this list of issues, the committee then schedules what we call a constructive dialogue. Now, at the moment, this is a tough issue to talk about because online dialogues are very hard to conduct. If we can meet in Geneva, if COVID allows, we usually have about 7 or 8 constructive dialogues per session. And in this, each dialogue takes 6 hours. During these 6 hours, a delegation by the state will answer questions that we from the committee pose. We ask them questions to all issues that we still need to have clarification on. State delegations vary greatly in size. We've had delegations with 5 people, and we've had delegations with over 50 people. Saudi Arabia and Turkey, for example, sent very large delegations. Other countries cannot afford to send such large delegations. Based on the constructive dialogue, on the list of issues, on the all the material that the committee has, it then drafts its concluding observations. These concluding observations contain recommendations of what the committee would recommend the state party to do in order to implement the CRPD properly. These recommendations take on very different forms. Generally, they they cover the whole range of the convention and go through point by point and point out those issues that, from the point of view of the committee, need more attention, need more action. The concluding observations end the procedure. It is then up to the state party to declare which ones they would comply with and which ones they think they would not comply with. Recommendations, legally speaking, are a very complex animal. There are parts of it that are legally binding, that are others that are mere recommendations. So this is not something that I would want to go in depth here. But it is important also, again, for civil society that they then pick up those concluding observations and ask the government, press the government to move forward in implementing the concluding observations. The UN does not have the means to have a close surveillance of what the state party then does. This is something that the civil society organizations need to do. It gives them some leverage, but it also gives them a certain responsibility to become active. This is the state party reporting procedure. We have other procedures. Floyd Morris already referred to them. I would now like to move to the individual complaints procedure. As you know, states parties may ratify the optional protocol to the convention. The optional protocol is like a little side treaty that you don't have to ratify. You can ratify the CRPD without ratifying the optional protocol, but you can. Of the 182 member states of the convention, 96 have also ratified the optional protocol. Now, what does the optional protocol do? Those states parties that have ratified it accept the individual complaints procedure. The individual complaints procedure means that a party to a domestic lawsuit, somebody who has a domestic lawsuit may, if the party has exhausted all domestic remedies, file a communication with the committee. With such a communication, the author sets in motion a procedure at the committee that closely resembles court proceedings on the appellate level. While the author of the communication argues that the domestic court violates the CRPD, the state party generally defends its decisions. It is a legal discourse over the proper interpretation of the CRPD. The CRPD in this capacity acts like a court. And the decisions, however, they are structured like court decisions, but they don't have the full legally binding nature of court decisions. But one must be realistic that the individual complaints procedure puts a very heavy burden on a state party because it needs to use all the domestic remedies it can, and only then may apply with the committee. The third procedure is the inquiry procedure. The inquiry procedure comes with also with the ratification of the optional protocol. If the committee receives reliable information indicating grave or systematic violations by a state party of rights set forth in the convention, as Article 6 says, the committee may decide to open an inquiry process. meaning that the committee will, with the consent of the state, go onto the state's party's territory and inquire into what what the specific problems are, and will draw up a report. This is a very rare occasion. Up to this day, the committee has only finalized 3 such procedures. They are very time consuming and therefore they stretch the means of the committee to a degree that doesn't allow it to use it very often. So these are the procedures. And now I would come to the central part of what I would like to talk about here, the obligations of states parties. How are they structured? What kinds of obligations do states parties to the CRPD assume? What do they have to do in their legislation once they've ratified the convention? The operative provision here is Article 4. Article 4 is a highly complex norm. If you have the possibility, look it up in a copy of the CRPD. It's available on the internet. It brings together theory and practice starting from 1966 of the 2 covenants up to this day, and it combines them and brings them together. I will mention a few the main issues that pertain to Article 4. I will, of course, not go into the details. To start with, we need to have an understanding of how broad the legal obligations in the CRPD are. As a general observation, the CRPD incorporates nearly all human rights guarantees that can be found in the main United Nations human rights treaties, and aims at making those guarantees applicable for persons with disabilities. This means that the scope of the CRPD is enormously broad. The legal obligations it entails cover nearly all aspects of private and public life, which poses quite a large burden on the legislator. Of course, it needs to prioritize what it does at what time, but in the end, it needs to cover all aspects of life, and that is a tough thing to do. First, the convention guarantees negative rights. It guarantees rights that refrain the state from doing certain things, from interfering with a person's liberty. One of those guarantees is Article 15. Nobody shall be subjected to torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. Such a right enjoins the state from acting in certain ways. They are shields against the individual against the state. The state fulfills them by refraining from interfering. It might need legislation to prevent states' authorities to interfere with such rights that persons with disabilities have. You might have to have legal provisions prohibiting states' authorities to torture and cruelly treat its persons with disabilities. A corollary to these negative rights are positive obligations. From rights like Article 15, positive obligations can flow. For example, Article 15 entails a positive obligation by the state to protect individuals against abuse by other private persons. That is not just a shield of the individual against overreaching state authorities. It puts an obligation on the state to prevent private people from interfering with the rights of persons with disabilities. Legislation also needs to do this. It needs to shield persons with disabilities from violation of their rights by other private people. And that is not just something that pertains to Article 15. This is something that you find in basically every provision of the CRPD. So we have two types of rights this far. Negative rights that prevent the state from interfering, positive obligations that put an obligation on the state to prevent other private parties from interfering with the person with disabilities rights. And then we have the economic and cultural rights in the convention. And these are the I would say from a legislative point of view, the most difficult ones. An example would be the right to education as guaranteed by Article 24. This guarantee requires the state to provide inclusive education to all persons with disabilities. In order to realize this right, the state needs to do research on how to structure such education. It is not clear from the beginning how to go about changing your schools in order to reach this goal. You need to do some research. You need to come up with ideas. They need to devise a plan on how to achieve inclusive education. You can't do it overnight. You need a plan for it. You need to adopt the necessary laws and policies combined with the provision of funding. Implementing these rights needs time and resources. And therefore, Article 4 of the Convention holds that the state needs to undertake measures to the maximum, we've had it before, this provision, to the maximum of its available resources with a view to achieving progressively the full realization of these rights. Progressive realization of a right means that the state is not under an obligation to fully provide the services necessary at once, tomorrow, but that it needs to undertake all measures within its capacity to achieve the goals set by the guarantee. The obligation to undertake such measures, of course, is of immediate effect. It is not a guarantee that allows to do nothing. It just doesn't require the state to provide the results tomorrow, but it needs to start now, planning, researching, and legislating. Now, so we see we have three types of rights in the convention. Rights against interference by the state, guarantees of against interference by other private parties which require the state to legislate, and economic and social and cultural rights that require the state party to do all it can to progressively achieve those goals and fulfill those rights. Now, prohibitions of state interference, positive obligations and obligations from economic and social rights all require the state to adopt all appropriate legislative and other measures, says Article 4.1b. This provision clarifies that legislation is indispensable, but not sufficient. Administrative, judicial, financial, educational, and social measures all form part of the obligations the states have to implement the CRPD, each depending on the circumstances. This in turn means that all government entities are under an obligation to contribute to the implementation of the convention, each within its sphere of powers and within the means available to it. Legislation is necessary in different forms. Since the CRPD covers nearly all aspects of life, legislation needs to have a correspondingly broad application. In practice, States frequently enact a mix of an anti-discrimination law of general or at least wide application, complemented by specific provisions regarding persons with disabilities in the laws governing specific areas such as education, employment, building, etc. Such laws are designed to implement the international guarantees in the domestic legal system. And it is important, again, to reiterate that all aspects of life need to be covered, because no country is in a situation where it can proudly say that in some areas of life, everything's fine with respect to the rights of persons with disabilities. Since the CRPD aims at guaranteeing its rights, not just in a theoretical, legal manner, it is crucial to complement legislation with specific action. States need, for example, to develop action plans on how to achieve the goals set by legislation. They need to initiate the budget processes to secure the available resources that are needed, the funding for measures envisaged by legislation. And they need to establish the organizational structures to implement the legislation and the plans. It must not be a theoretical endeavor. It must have practical consequences. This is what the CRPD requires. In these processes, it is crucial that legislating, planning, organizing, funding, that states, authorities have intimate knowledge of the specific needs, of the issues that need to be dealt with, and of the remedies that are available. And where do they get this intimate knowledge? Article 4.3 has a provision that requires that persons with disabilities and their representative organizations are closely consulted with and actively involved in all these processes. The reason is twofold. Persons with disabilities are just as much independent and actors as everybody else. They need to have a say in how their lives are regulated. And at the same time, states authorities typically don't have the knowledge of how to legislate, of what is required in which area, of what the solutions are. They don't even know what the problems are many times. And this is where the expertise of persons with disabilities and their organizations is indispensable. Administrative and legislative bodies in charge of drafting legislation and of planning are often reluctant to fully honor this provision. It often requires a rethinking of their mode of how they operate. And Article 4.3 requires that. And again, not just to fulfill a theoretical idea, but to guarantee that the legislation and the plans and the budgets that have been developed pose the right questions and provide the right answers. Now, I'm looking to my watch. I see that I'm pretty much through half an hour by now. I have not gone into the right to equal recognition, to independent living, and to access to justice, but we very well may do that if need be. Thank you for listening. I hope it wasn't too legalese, because legalese is always boring, and I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus, for your very good presentation. And, you know, every time I listen to you and your presentations, I am just awed by how intense or in depth you are with the law, and and that's why I always say to individuals in the broader society that the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is in safe hands because of individuals like yourself. So we are going to be having questions from individuals, participants. You can just put in the questions in the chat. And if individuals also want to use the microphone to ask a question, you have to raise the hand raise feature, and someone will communicate that to me. So there are two options that you have for ending. You can do it verbally, or you can do a written question in the chat. So Ms. Gerson will monitor the chat and also the hand raise feature to let me know who is online and want to speak. So the floor is open. A member from the Barbados delegation would want to ask a question. Go ahead and unmute your microphone.
Chairman, are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, Edmund Hinkson, Member of Parliament, Barbados. I first wish to congratulate you, Mr. Morris, on Dr. Morris, rather, on organizing this conference. It's tremendous benefit, and we hope that practical action comes out of it. I just wanted to address the issue of the provision which speaks towards developing cultural and social rights for persons with disabilities. And as the presenter said, it takes into account, of course, that a state would not have all the resources to bring this fully into effect. And I am just figuring practically that one of the hindrances to some countries going ahead and legislating disabilities legislation and seeking to have it implemented may very well be that at this particular stage, especially all that has gone on globally with COVID and the billions of dollars we've had to spend the last 17 months in addressing that states may feel that they do not have the financial resources to put processes in place for persons with disabilities to fully take advantage of their rights under legislation and in advancing their cause socially and culturally and otherwise. And I'm wondering how do we as persons who are stakeholders in the cause counter that with our respective political directorates? I mean, everything as you know, Mr. Chair, you're a politician. Everything has to do with political will. But I know that in some of our countries with limited resources, that would be going through the minds of some of the political directorate. I'm just wondering, how we could address that issue. I thank you.
Professor
Should I
Tito?
directly? Okay, okay. First, I think, and it is a question that pertains to countries, I would say, irrespective of the means they have available. In my experience, in the committee, we've had a constructive dialogue with Norway. Norway is, if you take the per capita GDP, one of the richest countries in the world, if you subtract the very small countries. And yet, Norway has quite large, quite some political problems trying to fulfill the CRPD. Now, what I think is most important to create the political will necessary to implement the CRPD is to plan. Planning allows, in my experience, allows political parties to get acquainted with the issues and to lose the initial hesitation that they might have. Seeing the mountain ahead leaves many in a position saying, well, we can't do it anyway. If you plan ahead, if you prioritize based on the means you have, you are much more likely to create the political will that you need to address the issues with legislation, but also with the budgetary measures. Planning requires, as I said, requires prioritizing, requires timelines, requires objectives that can be realistically achieved within certain timeframes. It reduces the magnitude of the initial problem. It reduces them to a degree, to a size that you can handle. If you start out with everything that needs to be done in the end, in my experience, people will say, well, this is hopeless, we can't do it. And they will stop. If you show them how they can go forward step by step, it's easier. Of course, every country that we have reviewed this far has problems implementing the CRPD, but the issues are not so much whether a country is rich or less rich, but it's more a sense of solidarity. How much a sense of solidarity is ingrained in the culture of a country. And so that, I think, from a practical perspective, the main issue is planning and reducing the problem, cutting it down to size, so that you don't require everything at the same time, which would not get the political will in any country. So this is from a very position very far away from your country, whose specifics I don't know, but it is something that is certainly recurring in every constructive dialogue we've had this far. One might also
Any
add,
other question?
One might add.
Go ahead, Marcos.
One might add, the CRPD requires a change in the way people think about disability. It requires societies to get rid of their preconceived notions of what the person with disabilities is, of what she can do and what she can't. And these processes, again, take time. I would say this is where civil society organizations need to come in too. They need to play their part as well. It is not just up to to the political institutions of a country. It's also up to civil society organizations to convince the public that persons with disabilities are not as they have been perceived for a very long time.
Professor Schiefer, thank you very much for your response. There's a question in the chat from Nicole Barker Murphy. Can you access the chat?
Okay, yes, I have it open here. In the case of developing countries like this in the Caribbean, with a limited fiscal space and other capacity constraints, what are some innovative options that can be pursued to advance protecting of the rights of person and dignities of person with disabilities? Again, I don't, it is not that only a lot of money can help to fulfill the CRPD, to implement the CRPD. It is an issue of perception to a large degree. It's an issue of perception. When you look at, for example, the right of everybody to be of equal recognition before the law, a provision that is very fundamental to the convention. It requires that you do not have substituted decision-making, that a person with intellectual or psychosocial disability is being taken seriously, and it is not a third person who decides what's good for this person with disabilities. You need to figure out the best possible interpretation of that person's will, of what that person would want. This is not something that needs money to implement. This is something that needs a change in perspective, that needs us to rethink our habits that we've developed over a long time. And it is something that is equally difficult for countries, irrespective of their financial situation, of their fiscal situation. Of course, there are other provisions as well. And but the committee takes note of the financial resources the country has available. We do not require the same measures taken from Vanuatu as we take them from Norway, to take two examples that we had in the same session. From the perspective of what innovative measures are there, I think this is where the guarantee or the requirement comes into play, that you involve the organizations of persons with disabilities closely. The solutions to the problems need to be developed in close interaction with the civil society organizations. They will be the ones with the best knowledge of what might work and what might not work. You might run into unrealistic expectations. You can deal with that. You can temper that. But I think it is, there are no innovative solutions that are available worldwide. You need to develop them in your country in close interaction with the civil society organizations. So it is important to remember, not every provision requires financing. And once you've started with those, you start the process that changes the perspective on persons with disabilities. And that will make it easier then to crack the tough nuts, those nuts that are from a financial perspective hard.
Thank you very much, Professor Schiffer. And, you know, Marcus, you would not realize that we have run out of time because you went so well through the presentation, and, you know, it was like just going through with ease, you know. But I want to just ask you this question in closing out, Professor Schiffer. Based on the obligations of the CRPD for states parties, and in the context of this conference, it is obligatory for countries to establish specific legislation to protect the rights of persons with disabilities based on where you sit?
It is mandatory for member states to pass legislation. Article 4 says that in no uncertain terms, to take all appropriate measures, including legislation, to modify and so on, to implement the CRPD. The CRPD itself contains such broad guarantees, such that you need to have implementing legislation. You cannot just refer to the guarantees of the CRPD. Legislating is an absolutely crucial tool that states need to employ in order to make those rights in the CRPD real. The CRPD does not say and does not somehow command how to structure your legislation, how to how to go about it in detail, but it requires states parties to legislate, and at the same time tells them legislation itself is not sufficient. You need to have more. You need to have the measures necessary to then make legislation real, because what counts in the end is not the law in the books, but the facts on the ground.
Prof, thanks very much for your response, and we have just one final response. There's a question in the chat, so you just answer that and then we close out. Thank you.
I am President Bahamas. The question is the inclusion peoples with disabilities in Caribbean to do more research? I'm sorry, I don't quite get the question. If you could help me to understand it. The inclusion of people with disabilities in the Caribbean to do more research before research. I don't quite get it, I'm sorry. If you could clarify it, I would be very happy to answer it.
The question is,
there's another question.
Innovative options.
Okay, all right. So obviously, what the person is trying to push is the research agenda and the implementation of policies and so forth for persons with disabilities. That is something that, you know, we will discuss further in the conference. But I want to take this opportunity, Professor Shifa, to thank you very much, for taking the time out. It's about 8 o'clock thereabout in Switzerland now, or wherever you are vacating. Well, I don't know where you're vacating, but it's a major sacrifice, but you are a very committed person to the disability agenda. And I am very happy that you could come and share with us in this conference today. And I am deeply grateful and want to express gratitude on behalf of the committee and the peoples of the Caribbean for your very insightful and stimulating presentation. Thank you very much, Professor Shifa.
Thank you to you too, and it was a pleasure to be here, and I hope I will have the opportunity to visit you, not just online, but in person. Thank you.
Most definitely, most definitely. We'll work on that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're following your program, you will take note that we will break for lunch, and that goes up until 2:30 Jamaica time, and we will return pronto, and then we will go into the sharing of experiences of different countries within the region in implementing legislation to protect persons with disabilities. I will just introduce the chairman of those panels, and they will take it from there. But I really thank you very much. Remember, we are going through for the 2 days, and we want you to be here to share and participate with us and to make sure that we have a successful conference. Thank you very much, and we will be back with you at 2:30 Jamaica time, and you can check what time that will be from your end. Thank you very much. If you're in the Eastern Caribbean, you would be an hour ahead of us. If you are in Belize, you are an hour behind. If you are in Europe, you are 6 hours ahead. And if you are in North America, you would be an hour ahead. All right. Thank you very much, and we will talk soon.
Hello.
Miss Eiffel? Uh, Miss Eiffel?
Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth.
Okay. Well, I just introduced you as the chair for this session with Jamaica, Bahamas, and the Cayman Island. So I was handing over the session to you.
Oh, I apologize deeply for that, but unfortunately, it didn't come through at all on our speakers here. So I don't know if the other persons heard it, but good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I hope everybody's hearing me clearly. Everybody's hearing clearly?
Yes, we are.
Okay, well. Okay, just give me 1 second. Yes, I'm getting some feedback on this end. So just let me see if I can get it cleared up.
Of mine?
Is there any feedback on your end, or should I go ahead? Okay. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session, Experience of Implementation of Legislation for Persons with Disabilities in the Caribbean. And this session addresses such implementation in the Jamaica, the Bahamas, and in the Cayman Islands. In 2008, the then President of the United States of America, Barack Obama, had this to say about the society. And he said, "We must build a world free of unnecessary barriers, stereotypes, and discriminations. Policies must be developed, attitudes must be shaped, and buildings and organizations must be designed to ensure that everyone has a chance to get the education they need and live independently as full citizens in their communities." Through the enactment of such legislations as has been done in 6 of our Caribbean territories, Jamaica, the Bahamas, Cayman Islands, Guyana, Antigua, Barbuda, and Haiti. This has been signaled by their governments. Article 4, under general obligations of the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities, says in Item 1, states parties undertake to ensure and promote the full realization of all human rights and fundamental freedoms of all persons with disabilities without discrimination of any kind on the basis of disability. To this end, states parties undertake A, to adopt all appropriate legislative, administrative, and other measures for the implementation of the rights recognized in the present convention, and B, to take all appropriate measures, including legislation, to modify or abolish existing laws, regulations, customs, and practices that constitute discrimination against persons with disabilities. It is therefore against this backdrop that we invite you this afternoon to join with us as we evaluate how this implementation process has been going. This session will be on the experience of countries in the Caribbean in implementing legislation for persons with disabilities. There are 6 countries, as I've said, in the region that have specific legislation for persons with disabilities. And in this session, Jamaica, the Bahamas, and the Cayman Islands will share their experiences. We have 3 eminently qualified individuals to share the experiences, each having 15 minutes, and then we will have 15 minutes for questions and answers. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I invite the first presenter, Jamaica, Mrs. Dion Jennings. Mrs. Dion Jennings. Right. Mrs. Dion Jennings.
Good afternoon,
Jamaica, where?
everyone.
Yes, please. Good afternoon, Ms. Jennings.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of this seminar. Congratulations to the Center for Disability Studies on putting on this conference, which we know would go a long way in ensuring that the persons with disabilities' lives are enhanced, as well as practitioners, persons at the policy level. They will learn more that will enable them to implement legislation to ensure the protection and the promotion of rights of persons with disabilities. So I'll be sharing my screen as I do a presentation on Jamaica's experience in implementing the Disabilities Act 2014. Okay, so there are some influences on the journey as we seek to enact the legislation. We started with the National Policy for Persons with Disabilities in 2000. That's the genesis of the development of the disabilities legislation for Jamaica. And this was influenced by the United Nations Standard Rules for equality and opportunities for persons with disabilities. But as we know, this was not binding. And so there was a move in order to ensure that there was legislation, to which the Kingston Accord in 2004 emphasized. We also saw the reaffirmation of the CARICOM member states as members signed the Declaration of Petionville, which was also seeking to reaffirm the rights of persons with disabilities. So the work on the Disabilities Bill began in 2004 to 2014. And after a decade, we completed the Disabilities Act. We also ratified the 2000 UN Convention, and we also sought to align the disabilities implementation with the Vision 2030 National Development Plan, where there's a disabilities sector plan. We moved to, that was in 2009. And in 2010, we have been influenced by the rights-based approach to not only program development, but also to disability legislation. And in addition, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, where we leave no one behind, has been emphasized as we seek to implement the Act. So it is significant then for disability legislation because it's a key instrument in explicitly protecting the rights of persons with disabilities. And section part 4 of the Act emphasizes the prohibition of any form of discrimination against persons with disabilities. Such legislation also contributes to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and also as we progress towards the implementation of the CRPD in the national legislation. So let me take you on a little journey as to the preparation and presentation of legislation in Jamaica, that procedure. It involves 7 main stages, and it's long and tedious, but that's just the process. And so first of all, we have an annual legislation program. And then once that has been approved, there needs to be a policy, which we had a national disabilities policy, and that has to be approved by cabinet and parliament. Then we move to issuing of drafting instructions to Chief Parliamentary Council, then the preparation and circulation of bills, the comments of the Attorney General's Department, which is important in that process, and also the approval of the bills by the Legislation Committee. The Disabilities Bill, as we know, was approved in 2014, and the approval of the bills by Cabinet in April 2014, and the introduction in Parliament and the assent of the Governor General. And this was passed in the House in 2014 with 10 amendments on July 22, 2014. And so that was a long gestation period for the Disabilities Act, but it is a groundbreaking, historic, and landmark legislation which will and has been a catalyst for change, not only for Jamaica, but for other Caribbean countries. And the objective of it is to promote and to ensure the full and equal enjoyment of persons with disabilities, of privileges, interests, benefits, and treatment on an equal basis with others, and to establish the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. So let's look at some of the critical implementation features for the Disabilities Act, key issues and challenges. So despite the Act being enacted in 2014, the Act has not yet been operationalized, as the subsidiary legislation, which is the regulations, are needed for it to become effective. So Section 46 of the Act requires or empowers a minister to make regulations for the purpose of giving effect to the Act. And it also requires that the council perform certain obligations in a prescribed manner to ensure the council effective execution of some provisions in the Act. And so we have reviewed at least 13 drafts from the CPC. And as the minister indicated earlier today, these regulations were tabled in Parliament on July 20th, 2021. And following Cabinet's approval, the regulations were tabled in the House, and we look forward to the debate on the regulations in Parliament when they resume in September. So the Act also makes provision for a body corporate, which is the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. Currently, it is a department within the ministry, and its capacity needs to be strengthened in order to perform its functions and to give effect to the objects of the Act. So far, we have an organizational review that was done for the staffing structure and functional profile for the new council. That has been completed and is awaiting the final approval from the Ministry of Finance. And we have now sought and signed a lease for new accommodation to house the new council. In terms of its body corporate status, the institutional capacity of the JCPD, the council, will be strengthened in order for it to carry out its functions. But what needs to be understood is that even within the transition process, the council being the focal point and with the expanded role, carried out its current functions as well as the expanded functions with limited institutional strengthening. The council was strengthened with a CTD assigned to facilitate this process in 2018, along with a paralegal office. So we salute this small and dedicated team, which has been working so hard to ensure that this Act continues on its implementation path. And so the provisions of the Act will seek to prohibit discrimination and remove the barriers in some specific areas that we have also been pursuing in terms of developing codes of practice to ensure that there are practical guidelines to avoid discrimination on the grounds of a person's disability. And so these will be for education and training, employment, healthcare and health facilities, premises and housing, public passenger vehicles, political office, and public life. So far, 3 education, employment, and healthcare codes of practice have been completed with support through consultancies. And the public passengers vehicles terms of reference were advertised for another consultant, and this is to be completed in this financial year. One other main feature of our disability implementation is a Disabilities Rights Tribunal, which would be established to hear and settle complaints relating to discrimination and other breaches under the Act. And so far, we have had the nominations for these professional body, from the professional bodies for the composition of this tribunal, and the structure is with the Ministry of Finance for final approval. So that has been far advanced. We continue the work of public awareness and sensitization, which is very important in ensuring that persons have an understanding of the provisions of the Act, and also to ensure that the society is aware of its obligations under the Act. So that we have been doing, and we'll be pursuing more vigorous campaigns through the engagement of a consultant to ensure that this process continues. We must note that there has been strong leadership, and this is very important, in not just developing a legislation, but in implementing the legislation. And we have had leadership both at the prime ministerial and ministerial levels, and we have seen ministers spearheading the dialogue and participating in the process. So the development of the Act and the tabling of the regulations, though a long and tedious and sometimes contentious process, has benefited from 10 ministers, 6 between 2000 and 2014 and 4 from 2014 to the present. Also to note, though, that change in leadership and personnel can result in further delays in implementation. Consultation has been a very important aspect of the development and the implementation of legislation for protecting persons with disabilities, because as Senator Morris would emphasize, nothing about us without us. And so the approach has seen the significant input and active engagement of persons with disabilities and disability sector partners. In fact, the Legislation Committee, which is a subcommittee of the JCPD Disabilities Advisory Board, was very instrumental alongside with the MLSS, Ministry of Labour and Social Security, in issuing the drafting instructions to the Chief Parliamentary Council in reviewing various drafts of the bill. And this was adopted also in the development of the regulations. And we have also benefited from stakeholder groups, both government, ministries, department, agencies, and the private sector, in contributing to the implementation of this piece of legislation. So what have been some of the challenges? Well, disability sector partners and agencies have limited opportunities and develop capacity and skills. However, there need to be more effective role in including, particularly as it relates to advocacy. And sometimes we don't know it because there's a reliance on the government for significant support, that sometimes there is a silence. But the advocacy is very important in ensuring that we are on the right path and we move quickly in implementing our activities. We also have the implementation of the Act being informed by an intersectionality approach involving various policy actors. And this includes various ministries, health, transport and works, local governments, and for economic growth, for employment aspects of the rights of persons with disabilities. And sometimes we have the competing priorities as a result. We also, in terms of challenges, thought that there should have been a dedicated legal personnel to support the focus on the legislation development and the particular in the completion of the regulations. And this is something we would look forward to in recommending to other countries, considering that they are competing legislation priorities. And there needs to be greater understanding of disabilities issues, both at the policy level, the ministerial level, and even within the council that would be executing the implementation. We also have the challenge of inadequate funding, and as small island developing states within CARICOM, we all have our challenges in that regard. And sometimes this do impact on our legislation. Another challenge I want to highlight is the cultural change that needs to take place in ensuring that our perceptions and our attitudes are changed towards ensuring that persons with disabilities are protected and they have their full potential realized. But what are some of the lessons that we have learned? We have learned that strong partnerships and technical cooperation is very important, especially through our international development partners in advancing the implementation of legislation. And so we're able to leverage some support through these means. And we also learn that sustained advocacy, not only at the national level and community levels, but at the international level is very important in ensuring the fast tracking or improvement of the pace as we seek to deliver on our targets. But what are some of the opportunities that we can look forward to? A sustained public education campaign to ensure there's increased awareness and deepened understanding of the legislation and on disabilities matters, and greater collaboration with the private sector, particularly as we look forward to expanding employment of persons with disabilities. We see where the government is a main employer of persons with disabilities in Jamaica, and so we'd want to see a further expansion of this in consideration of the participation of more persons with disabilities in employment and in securing their social security provisions.
You have one more minute.
Yes. Another opportunity is to ensure there's continuous learning and knowledge of the disability matters, continuous gathering of good practices to ensure that our implementation continues. And in conclusion, I want to say that the Disabilities Act will come into effect this financial year as a team will continue to work to ensure that the critical implementation priorities and actions are advanced in the operationalization to further protect and promote the rights of persons with disabilities. And the Disabilities Act will go a long way in encouraging participation, inclusion, and removing the barriers to address discrimination. And while we cannot legislate in the change in attitude towards persons with disabilities, we can increase their awareness, influence the behavior, and it is our obligation to ensure that persons with disabilities are respected as they deserve every opportunity to fulfill their potential. So what is it I'm offering all of us today? The PIN, the password, participation, inclusion, and non-discrimination of persons with disabilities as we seek to implement our legislation, plans, and programs for persons with disabilities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jennings, for that very well put together presentation. And it has definitely started the ball rolling in the right direction. I now introduce our next presenter for this afternoon, Mr. Lester Ferguson. Lester Ferguson is the Executive Secretary of the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities in the Bahamas. He has a wealth of experience as an administrator. He is very knowledgeable of the issues facing the community of persons with disabilities and gave invaluable input at various stages of the development of the national legislation for persons with disabilities in the Bahamas. Mr. Lester Ferguson.
The Bahamas about to present, so I about to listen to this at the CARICOM meeting for persons with disabilities.
Could you mute that person?
Right.
Good afternoon, Ms. Eiffel, and thank you for that introduction. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Dr. Morris, for the opportunity and the invitation to speak. And I am grateful to be able to share just a bit of our experience. Just to clarify, I'm really the immediate past chairperson of the National Commission for Persons with Disability, a role that I fulfilled for 3 years. And prior to that, I served as the executive secretary for the Commission's secretariat.
Who's the chairperson?
The experience that Ms. Jennings relayed certainly echoes much of the experience here in the Bahamas in terms of our own ability to implement our legislation. Our legislation was the product of about 20 years of advocacy in the community of persons with disabilities and the NGOs related to the community of persons with disabilities. All the way back in 1994, an NGO, an umbrella NGO, the Bahamas National Council for Disability, advocated for rights, for specific policy for persons with disabilities. And shortly thereafter, I think early or the late 1990s, they were able to develop or produce a declaration on the rights of disabled persons in the Bahamas. And that went through a long process that was soon, evolved into the government's national policy in 1996, and then a green paper, and then a white paper, and then finally, 20 years later, in 2014, the legislation was passed, entitled the Persons with Disabilities Equal Opportunities Act 2014. The Disabilities Act, the Bahamas Disability Act, follows the principles of the CRPD. The Bahamas signed onto the convention in 2013 and ratified the convention in 2015. So by the time the act was, the bill was passed in 2014, became an act, it was a framework of policy and principles that the Bahamas needed to follow in order to ensure that the rights of persons with disabilities were upheld. The act, much of the act came into force immediately. There were sections of the act that were phased in. For example, the section that had to do with ensuring accessible sidewalks, parking lots, and buildings, that was given a 2-year window. And I'll make reference to that a little later on in the presentation. But essentially, the Bahamas Persons with Disabilities Act aimed to achieve the equalization of opportunities of persons with disabilities, to eliminate discrimination on the basis of disabilities, to provide for the rights and habilitation of persons with disabilities, and much like in the experience of Jamaica, to establish the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities and, of course, connected purposes. The commission and the NCPD began its work a few months after the act came into force. So by 2015, the commission was charged with the responsibility of implementing the act. And one of the key measures, one of the key things that the commission started to do was to provide public education and awareness. That would be an important pillar of what really needed to happen as the act began to roll out. The commission is comprised of 15 members. Of course, they are not full-time members. The law, the Disability Act, requires that they represent certain sectors of government, industry, and wider society. And of course, the act also mandates that persons with disabilities sit on the commission. And so like in the experience of Jamaica, the Ministry of Senior Officer in the Ministry of Labor, Ministries of Labor, Health, Social Services, Works, Education, all sit on the commission, as well as persons with disabilities in the in their capacity as either leaders of NGOs or parents of persons with disabilities. The work of the commission is executed by its secretariat, which is intended to be a team of full-time persons who carry out the administrative and technical work of the commission. The Bahamas Persons with Disabilities Act addresses areas of employment, particularly discrimination against employees. And for example, one of the pillars, one of the provisions of the act is that for every 100 persons employed, at least one of those persons must be a person with a disability. The commission has made some recommendations to that number, and I'll make reference to that a little later on. Of course, the Persons with Disabilities Act also makes provision for persons with disability to enjoy the right to adequate health care on equal basis with others. Housing is addressed, public parking, public buildings, public transportation, service animals, auxiliary services, voting, sports, recreation. Now, it sounds like it's a comprehensive act, and it is intended to be. It mimics, it follows the principles of the CRPD, and it is intended to be comprehensive. But I should note that while the act encourages the principles of non-discrimination in all areas of life, in many of the provisions of the act, there wasn't the specific measures or actions that were needed in order to ensure non-discrimination. And so in terms of the strength of the Persons with Disabilities Act, the Bahamas Act, earlier as the act came into force and the commission started to implement the provisions of the act, the commission spent a lot of time focusing on public education and awareness. And the key was for us to begin to promote and to remind our society that persons with disabilities are not should not be seen as objects of charity, but citizens with rights. Of course, that takes a lot of energy in order to change a mindset, because one of the greatest challenges or barriers happens to be attitude, right? And in the Bahamas, as in many other places, there is this stigma, there is this cultural attitude of indifference towards the rights of persons with disabilities. And so for the first few years of the commission's responsibility, a lot of time was invested in public education and awareness. We engage, especially with government agencies and ministries and departments. We engage with private sectors, civil society, and certainly we engaged with the community of persons with disabilities, in particular, the NGOs, recognizing that they had and continue to have a vital role to play in ensuring that the rights of persons with disabilities are upheld. Another challenge that we have experienced in rolling out the act and implementing the act is that for our jurisdiction, and I suspect in others as well, a lot of our buildings, especially public buildings, are older buildings, and were certainly not designed with accessibility in mind. The newer buildings, sure, are building codes in force or specify accessible measures. But in the minds of many people, when they think about access for persons with disabilities, the first thing they think about is a ramp. In fact, they think it begins and ends with a ramp. But access is so much more than a physical ramp, and we all know that. And so having to address some deficiencies in our building code. Fortunately, we had the buildings control officer who sits on the commission in his capacity as a senior officer in the Ministry of Works, who helped to sort out a lot of the challenges that we have had and continue to have with making sure that buildings are accessible, and not just physically so, but in terms of communication, in terms of program and administration, make sure that those accessibility measures are in place. Another challenge that we have is that you will know that the Bahamas is an archipelago. We boast 700 islands, keys, and rocks. Of course, you know that only 17 of those islands are inhabited. And being able to take, in the past, being able to physically get to all of those locations and to be able to engage with the community and civil society and businesses there meant taking an airplane. And of course, that could be cost prohibitive sometimes. Fortunately, in this COVID era, we have learned to use technology to our advantage, and that's what we're doing today. Resources, much like in the experience of other jurisdictions, the financial resources to be able to implement. And I was pleased to hear earlier the esteemed professor talk about the fact that there are some parts of legislation that you don't need a lot of money in order to implement, and that is so true. But certainly there are other parts that will require resources, and that's been a challenge. Financial resources, personnel resources has been a challenge. Our act calls for inspectors and other professionals to be on the secretariat staff, and we are certainly continuing to work towards having those provisions implemented. The Act provides wonderful opportunity for us to, in its current form, to be able to strengthen to continue with ongoing strengthening of the legislation. I indicated earlier that there were a number of provisions in the Act, but quite a number of them did not have the kind of actions or measures needed to ensure that the rights were protected. And so in 2019, the Commission did a thorough review of the Act and made significant recommendations to the Office of the Attorney General to amend the Act in order to strengthen its provisions. More specifically, to not just prevent discrimination, but to promote inclusion. And of course, to provide punitive measures where certain provisions are contravened. The Act also provided an opportunity for us to build capacity, especially within the community of persons with disabilities. As stakeholders and as beneficiaries in general of the Act, we wanted to be ensured that they owned the Act, that it was not just a piece of legislation enacted by the government or by a few stakeholders, but that they were active participants, that they were rights holders, of the Act, of the provisions of the Act, and that they truly owned it. And so it provided a wonderful opportunity for us to build capacity within the community of persons with disabilities. And of course, they have been on, as I've indicated earlier, they have been on the development of the Act from the very get-go. And certainly we want to continue that. The Act provides a good framework for us, but of course, it came with a number of gaps and deficiencies. And I think the architects of the Act recognized those deficiencies and gaps. But we wanted to find a starting place. We wanted to make a step. And again, as we continue to implement the Act and continue with the ongoing strengthening of the Act, we see that there are some great opportunities to continue on the trajectory of providing for the rights of persons with disabilities. And so that's my 15 minutes, and I want to thank you for your attention. And thank you for
beautiful timing. Thank you very much, Mr. Ferguson. Another excellent presentation. And I'd now like to invite Miss Magda Ambery from the Cayman Islands to give us an introductory remarks as we move towards the Q&A segment of today's presentation. Ms. Ambery. Hello, Ms. Embry, you ready? Okay, I'm not hearing Ms. Embry, so therefore I will open up for questions at this time. And if we get Ms. Embry's technical issues resolved, then I'll invite her to make her
Good
presentation.
afternoon.
Here she is.
Hi, I think I'm having an issue with my video, but I think the microphone is working okay. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we're hearing you clearly, so go ahead and speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to share our experience in the Cayman Islands. We in the Cayman Islands have had similar experiences to those that were shared with us today, and I actually find that very interesting that despite the fact that we're all in different countries, we are facing similar challenges. I'll talk more about that in a few minutes. Let me just open by saying that in the Cayman Islands, we implemented a disabilities policy, which was approved in November of 2014 and was based on a long time frame of work that started around 2007 and involved many stakeholders and with consultation with the private sector. They did a lot of work and a lot of research. And the result of their work is embodied in our Cayman Islands Disabilities Policy, which is available online. It's quite a detailed document, and it contains several goals that the government was aiming to achieve. That policy was informed by valuable previous work that was done by others in the Cayman Islands, including a report of the Legal Subcommittee for Persons with Disabilities, which was done in February 2009. Proposals to support the development of a Cayman Islands National Disability Action Plan and planning for the future for persons with disabilities in the Cayman Islands, which was done by the Steering Committee in July of 2012. They also derived a lot of inspiration from the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the bespoke international human rights treaty that was created to address a particular issue faced by persons with disabilities. Our Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009 contains a Bill of Rights, Freedoms, and Responsibilities, which provides a series of fundamental human rights applicable to persons with disabilities. As the highest law of our land, these constitutional rights have informed the development of our disabilities policy and our subsequent disabilities legislation. Because the purpose of this conference is focusing on the development of legislation, I'll move on from a discussion of the policy to the creation of our disabilities legislation. We passed a Disabilities Solomon-Webster Law 2016, and that law called for the formation of a National Council of Persons with Disabilities. I am the current chairperson of that council. I'm an attorney in the Cayman Islands, and I also have a disability. I'm hearing impaired, and our council, by legislation, is made up of at least 3 persons who have disabilities. This is prescribed in our legislation. 3 persons from the private sector, and right now on our council, those persons are people who are, one person also has a disability, and the other members have children with disabilities, or they work in the field, such as healthcare or psychology, that works frequently with people with disabilities. Sadly, the patron of our Disabilities Council, the late Mr. Mark Parker Tibbetts, who was using a wheelchair in his later years, he passed away recently. But he was a huge part of the development of our policy, and he sat on our council with us for right up until his health prevented him from continuing about a year ago. So at the moment, we have a really good group of persons who are all very dedicated to improving the lives of persons with disabilities. Turning back to our Disabilities Solomon-Webster law, our council at the moment is dedicated to using a consultative approach, working with persons with disabilities and related government departments to try to improve the lives of persons with disabilities in the Cayman Islands. One of the challenges that we've been facing since our appointment in 2017 is that at the moment, only certain sections of our disabilities law are in force. And we, at the moment, do not have sort of the crucial section being Part 3, the Disabilities Register, and Part 4, access to rights, are not currently in force. The Disabilities Register has been one of our biggest challenges to implement, because at the time that the law was passed, we did not have a data protection law in the Cayman Islands. Since the disabilities law was passed, all the data protection legislation has come into play, and it's created concerns about the protection and the use of information that is shared with us in the manner of a disabilities register. I believe that other jurisdictions are going to face these same challenges if they're not already facing them. I read with interest the special template prepared by Senator Floyd Morris, and I noticed that he too has addressed the need for persons with disabilities to have the same rights to privacy laws and data protection as every other citizen. So I think that I'm going to spend a minute discussing the problems with the register, because I think this is very useful for others' jurisdictions, because it is a very active and real problem that we have run into, which was not intended by the original legislation in the Cayman Islands. The issue, of course, is that individuals cannot be forced to be part of a disabilities register. It's a voluntary process. And it's one that must be done with consent. And in order to obtain their consent to be on the register, we have to ensure that we protect the use of their personal data, which is very personal. It's information about the disability. Our proposed regulations require a doctor's note to be provided confirming that the person has a disability. This is very sensitive data, and the need for the government to have important statistics on who the persons are in our community that have disabilities and what their needs are must be balanced with those privacy concerns. So at the moment, the Cayman Islands National Disabilities Council is working on those data protection issues in order that we can find the best way to move forward with our disabilities register, which, as I said, is in our law, it's in our legislation, but it's not yet in force. That being said, the council, we found that we are playing a very important role in acting as an advocate for persons with disabilities in our community. They've been contacting us on a regular basis with their concerns, and for the most part, we've been able to successfully consult with relevant government departments or schools or healthcare providers and assist them in resolving their concerns, which mostly relate to accessibility, to obtaining services and or durable medical goods to assist them with their disability, and sometimes to obtain services which are being denied to them due to purely what appears to be a misunderstanding. And on that point, I completely agree with the other presenters that challenges are seen in the community with obtaining a change in the way that we culturally and socially approach our laws and our attitudes towards persons with disabilities. I think that shift, it needs to come, and it needs to come more quickly in order for us to be effective in what we're doing to advocate for the rights of persons with disabilities in our communities. We can change the laws, we can implement regulations, but we are not overnight going to change some of the cultural attitudes and sensitivities that exist in our community towards persons with disabilities. That's going to require a lot of work, not just by the council, but by the NGOs and community organizations who are working with persons with disabilities. However, we do firmly believe that the government at the Cayman Islands has taken an excellent first step in implementing the disabilities policy, implementing the legislation, and that is from where the change must begin. Because if the government sets an example, and it's a good example, and from there we can start to encourage the private sector, whether through legislation or policies which incentivize the private sector to also accommodate persons with disabilities. But it will have to come through the legislation. The laws are going to have to be there. And certainly we have to be strong that the rights of persons with disabilities do not fall by the wayside when it's not economically convenient for both the private sector and the government. I think that one point I would like to make is that consistency of definitions in our laws and our policies across the Caribbean region would be hugely helpful for those countries which just now are proposing the implementation of disabilities legislation. Eventually, there's going to be a body of case law that will be developed in our region pertaining to persons with disabilities seeking to enforce their rights. And if there's a consistency in the definitions that we use in the various laws, that case law is going to be far more useful to apply to other countries in our region. So I think that one consideration should be given is to looking at the definitions that exist in the few countries that have implemented legislation and seeing how we can improve those definitions, make them more robust, and then work together to try to have more consistency. Lastly, we also have a small group of persons working together in the Cayman Islands, and they've done a really, really good job of progressing our policies and our laws. And we look forward to working with our colleagues in other Caribbean countries. And I have to thank you for setting up this conference, because I think it's immensely useful for all of us to make contacts and find out what the other countries are doing and the challenges that they have faced. There's strength in numbers. And if we work together, we can certainly help make the Caribbean a place for persons with disabilities to find fairness, non-discrimination, and upholding their human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Embry, for rounding off our panelists in such a beautiful form. Thank you so much. We will now open up for questions, and how this is going to work. Ms. Chevelle Gerson, you're there? If you will monitor the chat and give me a heads up on the questions, we can go from there. Okay, okay, I can't see it. You want to speak? Yeah, that's only to raise your hand. I don't think. Okay, Barbados delegation, first off the bat with a question.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie Ann. Just wanted to raise a couple issues. I know that Edmund Hinkson, first thing, Edmund Hinkson, Member of Parliament, Barbados. I learned a lot today. I didn't know, in fact, that the Jamaican legislation was not yet in effect after 7 years, and I do look forward, Senator Morris, for your country to be enacting your legislation pretty soon. But I know that you've had a policy which, you know, because you spoke about policy, whereby the government of Jamaica, I believe, sets aside 3% of its workforce for persons with disabilities. And I think that's a highly commendable act. In so doing, Barbados, my country, has no such policy. And in fact, traditionally, once a person becomes disabled, for example, in terms of mobility, after a year, you go before a medical board and you may lose your employment. So that's commendable. It's similar to American legislation, affirmative action. But I was just wondering how that works in practice. You know, and if the Jamaican presenter could speak to that, and corollary point to that, which the Jamaican presenter raised incentives to the private sector to employ persons with disabilities, the need for that. And I'm wondering if there's any country, any of the countries that I've just presented where that is done, whether by way of tax incentives for employing, let's say, a minimum amount of persons, or any other incentives which are given. Thank you.
Thank you. In relation to the employment of persons with disabilities, yes, that is a policy that has been in place for some time now, and is something that we need to keep monitoring to ensure that persons with disabilities are being employed. But what we have found is that most of the persons are employed by the government. And so what we'd want to see is more participation of persons within the private sector in ensuring that the employment is increased. The last survey, labor survey, indicated that we have 1.1% of persons being employed within, persons with disabilities being employed within the labor force. So it's something we certainly need to improve upon to ensure that they have a space in the workplace. What was your other question?
In terms of, well, following on from where you just ended, what incentives do you think can be given by Parliament, by the Executive and Parliament, to incentivize the private sector to employ persons with disabilities?
Check 1, 2, check.
Tax incentives, tax breaks, subsidies, what realistically could be put on the table for incentivizing the private sector. Because you're correct, here in Barbados it's the same thing. There aren't many large companies really and truly that have any policy for employing persons with disabilities.
Okay, so we know that there was some contraction of tax waivers.
I think we lost the last part of Ms. Jennings's intervention, where she was speaking about the tax concessions. You there? No? Okay, well, in that case, then I'll move on to another question that's in the chat. If Ms. Jennings's speech comes back, yeah, sure. I have a question here for Ms. Embury, and it says, my question is, would it be possible to share what is the importance of having local level consultations and engaging CSOs or organizations of persons with disabilities to also feed into legislation development? For Ms. Embury.
Yes, I think that this is hugely important. Sorry, I was trying to start the video, but it's still not starting. The consultation that took place in the Cayman Islands in the development of the disabilities policy was very important. You have various different organizations that work with persons with disabilities in your community, and they have a wealth of information that I'm sure they would be willing to share. For instance, in the Cayman Islands, we have a school that is dedicated to children with disabilities. We have the Sunrise Learning Center, which is dedicated to training adults who have left school and are trying to move into the workforce or who require further training and development due to the nature of their disabilities. We have the legal community, which you need to consult with in terms of implementing your legislation relative to other laws that you have, as well as your constitution, human rights legislation, that sort of thing. Then you have other government departments that you need to consult with that are all going to be stakeholders in this, such as, I know in the Cayman Islands, I think one area the other countries will want to consult is even with your prison, because prisons tend to be, can anyone hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there.
Murphy's Law.
So I hope that answers your question, but I can certainly reply in more detail if you wish to message me directly.
Thank you very much. Is our colleague back from Jamaica yet, Ms. Jennings?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could finish off, I don't believe we have any more questions. So after Ms. Jennings, we'll close this segment off.
Okay, so I was saying that there has been some reduction in terms of tax waivers for the government. So what we'd want to see is how we can now revisit within that context what other incentives or subsidies can be put on the table to ensure that they come on board. But we have been having the discussions with the private sector of Jamaica. They have been more involved in more recent times. And so we want to see from their perspective as well, what are some of the things they can put on the table and then we could be able to escalate that up further.
If I can just say here, from the Cayman Islands perspective, one thing that we've approached the private sector about is allowing service animals into supermarkets and stores. We're working on some changes to our animals law, which would then allow service animals to be certified. And then we're going to make some corresponding changes to the disabilities law, which would require businesses in the private sector and government to allow service animals which have been appropriately certified. But until then, several of the supermarkets have been willing to allow the service animals into their stores and haven't been giving people too difficult of a time about it. But the reality is, for many, for persons with disabilities to be accommodated in the private sector, to me, we should not have to dangle carrots in front of the private sector to make these changes. It needs to be a legal requirement that they have to cooperate with. Other countries like Canada, the United States, the UK have realized that it just needs to be the law, and then the law needs to be followed. Because if you ask someone to voluntarily make economic changes to accommodate persons with disabilities, chances are, unless they have a sense of community and morals and a desire to help, they're not going to do it. So that's just, that's just my viewpoint.
And that is unfortunately the viewpoint across the region. It is not favors we're asking, it is our rights we're demanding. And therefore the legislation is necessary to support driving forward the realization of our rights. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all of you for participating this evening. Thank you to our panelists, Ms. Dion Jennings, Mr. Lester Ferguson, and Ms. Emery, for the excellent presentations this afternoon. And they've set the stage for our next panel, which will begin shortly, looking at the legislation in the other three territories. So I hand you back over to our chair for the day, Mr. Senator Dr. Floyd Morris.
Good afternoon. Yes, we will in fact go straight into the next segment, which, as is indicated in our program, is a continuation of the experience of implementing legislation for persons with disabilities in the Caribbean. And for my panel, we will be hearing from our representatives from Guyana, Haiti, and Antigua and Barbuda. I therefore will immediately give the floor to Mr. Ganesh Singh. He is a disability rights activist and program coordinator of the Guyana Society for the Blind. And he's also the project manager for Life Skills Training and Program. Mr. Singh, I give you the floor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you guys hearing me clearly? Could someone verify, please?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. I want to thank Dr. Morris for organizing this significant conference that will definitely bring some benefit to the disability community across the region. And I would also like to thank the organizing committee for playing their role in getting this conference pulled together. I also want to thank the organizing committee for the opportunity to present on our experience as Guyana, as a country, in implementing the Guyana Persons with Disabilities Act 2010. The process started since 2006, when the National Commission on Disability started a very extensive consultation process with all stakeholders, including persons with disabilities. That process lasted for about a year or two, after which a draft bill was developed by the Attorney General Chambers. There were some back and forth. Eventually, we had a final piece of document that was read for the first time in our National Assembly in December of 2009. It went to Select Committee, after which we had the bill being passed unanimously. It was signed into law on the 2nd of November 2010 by former President Ajagdeo. So we've had the legislation for about 11 years. However, the act was only operationalized in 2012. The other issue we have is the fact that the act stipulates that there should be regulations developed by the Minister of Health, the Minister of Human Services and Social Security, and the Minister with the responsibility of employment. However, we've not seen more traction in this area. We still to have these regulations, although the act has been operationalized. The National Commission on Disability, which is a body established under the act, although the organization has been in existence since 1997, it was officially established under the act when the act came into law in 2010, comprised of 12 commissioners from various sectors, including from members of the disability community. The commission advised governments on the implementation of the act and also maintains a database of all persons with disabilities. The commission also monitors the implementation of the act. And over the years, the commission has done more than its share of work to ensure that there is implementation of the contents of our Disability Act, which I will discuss a bit more in detail now on what we have done since the legislation was assented to. At the level of the Commission on Disability, a lot of work was done with public sensitization. And that process has been ongoing for the past 11 years. The Commission, almost on a consistent basis, has been sharing information, whether it's through the electronic media, print media, social media platforms, and so forth, on the rights of persons with disabilities. Additionally, the Commission has done a lot of work in building capacity within the disability community to ensure that persons with disabilities are aware of their rights and they can in turn be advocates for those rights to be fulfilled. A lot of work has been done in this area. The Commission also has worked closely with all government ministries and agencies to ensure that the bureaucrats, also the politicians, are aware of their responsibilities as stipulated in the Act. Some of those government agencies and ministries, they've done their part and they've developed action plans to ensure that their responsibilities are set out in the Act. Those responsibilities are fulfilled. The Commission, as required by the Act, is to maintain a database of all persons living with disabilities in Guyana. And they've done an excellent job in ensuring that we have this database that can better inform decision making. And since 2016, they've started the process of registering all persons with disabilities across Guyana. And as most of you would know, Guyana is a large country geographically, so it's a very costly exercise and one that could only have been done since 2016. A database existed prior, but not much was done because of limitations with resources to go countrywide. The registration is an ongoing process, and currently the Commission is working to have persons with disabilities registered in the largest region, which is Region 4, where Georgetown is. So we've had a lot of work done at the level of the Commission in the implementation of the Act. At the level of the disability community, we've seen many of the organizations with the limited resources they have work along with the Commission to agitate for the implementation of the various aspects of the Act. They've had meetings with various government ministries, ministers from the various governments, both the past and present, excuse me, to ensure that those ministers are aware of what their responsibilities are as stipulated in the Act. We've seen some progress with this, and the disability community, they continue to work in ensuring that their voices are heard, because at the level of the commission, only so much could be done. But as Senator Morris outlined earlier, and someone reiterated the point, that nothing about us without us. And the disability community is required to play a role, and they've been playing this role to good effect in ensuring that the contents of the Act, those contents are implemented. We've achieved, we've had some achievements since the Act was sent into in 2010 as a country. We've seen movement in education. This is one of the big areas. So we've seen a draft special education needs policy, and that policy has been reviewed. And I'm hopeful that in 2022, that policy will be implemented by the Ministry of Education. They've also employed regional special education needs officers to guide the various regions in the delivery of education for children with disabilities. We've also seen a lot more resource units for children with disabilities and special education needs schools established. And that's the level of the Ministry of Education. So they've done some work, but we've not seen much done in the area of teacher training. Recently, the government launched an online scholarship program for all Guyanese, and one of the areas is special education needs a degree. And I know a lot of teachers have applied and they were accepted to do this. So we are going to have more trained personnel to deliver education for children with disabilities. So in the field of education, we've achieved a lot. The field of training for persons with disabilities, over the past 5 years, the Ministry of Labor, with responsibility for training under the Act, Disability Act, they've trained approximately 500 persons with disabilities in various skill areas, but we've not seen a transition into employment. About 20% would have gained some level of employment, whether self-employed or in the private or public sector. Scholarships are something stipulated in our Act. Persons with disabilities have been afforded government scholarships since 2012 to attend university and other tertiary institutions. So we have seen some movement in this area. Only recently, in 2020, prior to our national elections, one of the political parties and which formed the current government, they would have referenced a disability manifesto that was published by the disability community. They would have referenced that in their manifesto. And the good thing for us as a disability community, they've been working to fulfill some of their promises to the disability community. So we've seen some progress over the past, let's say, 8 to 10 months. They are in the process of establishing another training center for persons with disabilities, and also to ensure that more training is done for people with disabilities. Yes, we have had some achievements, and yes, we've seen movement in some areas. However, in the area of accessibility, that's a major challenge. And I think one of the earlier panelists would have alluded to this fact that ramp is not accessibility. And we've seen some ramps being erected when new structures are being constructed, but we've not seen much else done in relation to accessibility to the building itself inside. And then we have a lot of old structures like most other Caribbean countries, existing public structures. And again, this is a challenge because of the lack of resources to modify these structures to ensure that they're accessible. I know the Ministry of Education under this stewardship, well, when our former chairperson of the National Commission on Disability was there as the Chief Planning Officer, they would have done a lot of work to ensure that all new schools are fully accessible for persons with disabilities. And we are hopeful that this still stands. Again, our building codes, although the Bureau of Standards, they have comprehensive building codes for universal accessibility, these codes are not enforced because our national building codes, as outlined by the Central Housing and Planning Authority, those building codes are still not updated. So no building owner that building owner is not required to have accessibility, the necessary accessibility design before their building plan is approved. And this is something that we are working to get modified so that before building plans are approved, it must be in accordance to the standards, and hopefully they can update the building codes.
2 minutes remaining.
Yes. So I'll wrap up on that area. We've still not seen much done in relation to policies. And this is something we want to have implemented, and that is policies within all government ministries and agencies to guide the delivery of services to persons with disabilities. And we are still working to have the regulations that is outlined in those regulations that are outlined in the Act, those regulations developed and implemented by the various ministers. In addition, the government in the budget presentation for 2021 would have mentioned that they are working to amend the Act, but we've not seen much traction in this area. It is something that we've called for as a disability community, and hopefully before the year is out, some work can be done to review the Act in its current form and to make amendments to make it more of an anti-discriminatory piece of legislation. Yes, the Act outlines certain responsibilities for government and so on, but it's still not a very strong piece of anti-discriminatory legislation to protect the rights of people with disabilities. So we've had a mixed experience as a country and as a disability community in relation to the implementation of our Act, but a lot of the shortcomings are based in the attitudes of persons, members of general society. People still view us as objects of charity and not persons who have rights. And until those attitudes are changed and the culture towards persons with disabilities are changed, we will still be fighting some of the battles, although we would have that legal framework that we so desire. Because we have it here in Guyana, but yet still we have certain limitations and challenges. There's a lot more that I can talk about, but that's as much as I can share with the time that was permitted to me. So I want to thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Singh. And indeed, there is very much more that could be said. We will have the question and answer, and hopefully we'll be able to have some more discussions at that time. I will now give the floor to Mr. Odnel Eliazard. Mr. Eliazard is a longstanding advocate for persons with disabilities in Haiti. He worked very closely with Dr. Michel Pian when he was Secretary of State with the Disability Portfolio from 2007 to 2011, and collaborated with Mr. Gerald Oriol when he served as Secretary of State from 2011 to 2016 and 2017 to 2020. He also worked with Christian Blind Mission and has been an active member of the Haitian Society for Support for the Blind for many years. Mr. Eliazard, you have the floor. 15 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I hope that you hear me.
Yes, please go ahead.
OK. Bonsoir tout le monde. D'abord, je voudrais remercier la présentatrice et aussi les organisateurs de la conférence et pour avoir pensé à inviter Haïti à ce grand événement, parce que ça arrive souvent que à cause notamment des contraintes de la langue, et avec le français, là, on parle en Haïti. Donc, ça constitue des fois une contrainte et on n'est pas, ça nous empêche en quelque sorte d'être présent à certains grands événements, soit pour apprendre plus sur ce que font d'autres pays ou encore pour partager ce que nous faisons. Alors, je vous dis qu'on apprécie vraiment qu'on a eu cette chance. Alors, d'entrée de jeu, je voudrais rapidement, pour parler du cadre légal, souligner d'abord la lutte ô combien importante qui a été menée, en fait, 50 années de lutte de différentes institutions et associations de personnes handicapées en Haïti pour les droits et la dignité des personnes handicapées. Et il a fallu ces 50 années de lutte pour aboutir avec justement le Dr Michel Péan, qui a été le premier secrétaire d'État, qui ensuite a été remplacé un peu plus tard par M. Gérard. Donc, je le dis parce que il est important de souligner l'impact que d'avoir le support politique, si on peut dire, faire avancer les causes en faveur des personnes handicapées. En effet, avant 2017, avant la création de ce bureau au sein de l'État, en ce qui a trait aux dispositions en faveur des personnes handicapées, tout ce qu'on avait, première référence, tous les hommes sont égaux devant la loi sans discrimination aucune. Non. Première référence. Deuxième référence, et l'État garantit aux handicapés et aux surdoués des moyens pour assurer leur autonomie, leur éducation, leur indépendance. Donc, vous convenez avec moi que c'était vraiment pas du tout suffisant pour supporter comme il se doit la cause des personnes handicapées. Bon, avec la création du bureau du secrétaire d'État en 2007, il y a eu un premier travail qui a été fait et ça a permis d'abord, en 2009, 2 ans plus tard, la ratification de 2 instruments internationaux majeurs pour la protection des droits des personnes handicapées. D'abord, la Convention interaméricaine pour l'élimination de toutes les formes de discrimination contre les personnes handicapées, connue sous le nom de Convention de l'OEA. Ensuite, la Convention des Nations Unies relative aux droits des personnes handicapées. Donc, ces 2 conventions internationales, ces 2 instruments internationaux, une fois ratifiés, ces instruments font partie de la législation nationale. Et ensuite, l'effort a continué et qui a amené en 2010, le 5 mai 2010, ça a abouti au vote de la loi portant sur l'intégration des personnes handicapées en Haïti. C'est la loi spécifique, la loi nationale qui porte sur l'intégration des personnes handicapées. Cette loi a été votée en 2010 par la Chambre des députés, mais il a fallu 2 années de plaidoyer, 2 années de lutte, 2 années de combat pour que cette loi puisse être ratifiée en 2012 par le Sénat de la République. Parce que suivant la loi en Haïti, pour qu'une loi soit promulguée, ratifiée, il faut que les deux chambres séparément votent la loi sur les mêmes termes. Donc, vous pouvez imaginer tout ce qu'il y a eu comme effort pour en arriver là. Et je peux parler maintenant de certains moyens qui ont été mis en place pour arriver à ce cadre légal. Pour aboutir, par exemple, au vote des conventions de l'OEA et des Nations Unies, il a fallu passer plusieurs étapes. D'abord, la soumission des conventions au Parlement par le biais de la primature. Ensuite, la traduction des conventions en créole, parce que vraiment le créole, c'est la langue qui est parlée par 6% haïtiens, donc on ne peut pas produire quelque chose en français et prétendre que ça va toucher tous les Haïtiens. Mais il faut traduire en créole. Il a fallu publier et distribuer ces conventions à travers tout le pays, divers exemplaires, organiser des séances de travail avec les différents parlementaires, avec certaines commissions au niveau des deux chambres du Parlement, parce que les parlementaires, il faut pouvoir les convaincre. Donc, tout le travail préliminaire, il faut pouvoir le faire pour eux. Ensuite, il a fallu réaliser des ateliers de formation et de sensibilisation à travers tout le pays, réaliser des émissions radiophoniques et télévisées. Parce que, en fait, pour arriver à faire voter une loi au Parlement, il faut d'abord que les parlementaires sentent qu'il y a une véritable pression sur eux. Ils doivent sentir que le public est motivé. Ils doivent sentir que leurs mandants, en quelque sorte les personnes qui vont voter, supportent cette loi. Donc, il y a un travail de base à faire au niveau de la communauté, un travail de base à faire sur le terrain. Donc, pour la loi, on s'est appelé à la loi portant sur l'éducation des personnes handicapées, la loi nationale. Et c'est un petit peu le même processus. On a organisé plusieurs ateliers de réflexion avant d'aboutir d'abord à un avant-projet de loi. Parce qu'on n'avait pas d'expérience à ce niveau et il a fallu chercher du support et on a même pu trouver du support de cadres étrangers qui nous ont aidés, mais surtout du support de hommes de loi haïtiens pour pouvoir contextualiser les choses parce qu'en écrivant une loi, il y a une certaine façon d'écrire. Donc tout ça, il fallait prendre en compte tous ces facteurs-là. Et puis, il fallait avoir une consultation et des concertations avec différentes personnes au niveau des groupes de pression en Haïti, donc les groupes des droits humains, les jeunes, les femmes, l'université, le Parlement. Tout ça a pris un processus. Enfin, il fallait ensuite élaborer, valider un avant-projet. Cet avant-projet, il faut le publier, le diffuser pour avoir les réactions des gens, réactions du Parlement, la réaction du bureau du Premier ministre, parce qu'ils doivent s'assurer que cette loi est en conformité avec d'autres lois antérieures, qu'il n'y a pas de divergence. Et après, c'est le plaidoyer, les tables rondes, et les émissions à la radio, etc., etc. Donc, c'est tout un processus de mobilisation. Alors, la loi sur l'intégration des personnes handicapées comprend un certain nombre d'obligations, telles que des responsabilités de l'État et de la société vis-à-vis des personnes handicapées. Cette loi parle de l'aspect prévention, traitement et réadaptation, l'accès au logement et au transport adapté, accès à l'éducation, accès à l'emploi et au travail adapté, accès à la justice, accès à l'information, accès à l'exercice des droits publics, accès à la culture, au sport et aux loisirs, recherche et enquête sur le handicap, et ensuite certaines mesures obligatoires en cas de catastrophe. Donc, dans la présentation, il y a effectivement une série de dispositions que nous avions mis comme référence, mais vu le temps assez court, on ne va pas pouvoir voir toutes ces dispositions-là. Alors, je vous dis que, en fait, il y a certains éléments importants qu'on a retenus, notamment, et on a insisté sur la responsabilité de l'État et de la société. On a insisté au niveau de cette loi aussi sur certaines sanctions qui devraient être prévues quand si la loi n'est pas respectée, parce qu'il n'y a pas de loi vraiment sans sanction. Et ensuite, il y a plusieurs dispositions, notamment les personnes qui s'adonnent à la discrimination vis-à-vis des personnes handicapées. Il y a des sanctions qui sont prévues. Il y a des éléments importants en termes de matière d'emploi et de travail adapté, notamment un nombre d'employés handicapés qu'il faudrait engager par entreprise. C'est une injonction de la loi. Mais en fait, pour la loi, une fois votée, il fallait maintenant entrer dans une véritable campagne de promotion de cette loi. Il fallait traduire cette loi en créole, la publier en des milliers d'exemplaires, et à publier aussi en audio et en braille, on va dire des séminaires de formation, des ateliers de sensibilisation à travers le pays pour promulguer cette loi. Bon, en fait, je vous dis que le travail ne s'est pas arrêté là. Après cette loi, il y a eu d'autres initiatives pour enrichir les cadres légales. On a fait voter une loi sur les normes d'accessibilité, une loi sur le Fonds de solidarité nationale, qui a été votée en partie. Et là, depuis 2018, on a quatre avant-projets de loi qui sont prêts, mais vu les différents problèmes politiques qui ont existé en Haïti, donc on n'a pas pu avancer avec ces quatre avant-projets de loi. Et pour terminer, je veux dire que vraiment la route pour l'intégration effective des personnes handicapées mais en fait, on a fait du chemin. Et beaucoup de chemin a été parcouru. Et maintenant, on peut dire que les personnes handicapées sont pratiquement représentées au plus haut niveau autour de la table. Et les personnes handicapées ne comptent pas laisser la table. Ils vont continuer à réclamer leurs droits. Merci de votre attention.
Yes, thank you very much. We will now give the floor to our final presenter for this evening, and that would be Ms. Vanessa Moe from Antigua and Barbuda. Ms. Moe is an attorney at law in Antigua and Barbuda. She was actively involved in the formulation of the legislation to protect the rights and dignity of persons with disabilities in Antigua and Barbuda. She works in the Attorney General's Chamber and has a lucid understanding of the legislation for persons with disabilities in that country. Ms. Moe, I give you the floor. 15 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Senator Floyd Morris for the invitation to speak here today. And I would also like to thank the UE Center for Disabilities, as well as the Special Rapporteur, the CARICOM Special Rapporteur for Disabilities, along with the support of the Commonwealth Secretariat. So thank you. I'm here to speak today about the Antigua and Barbuda Disabilities and Equal Opportunities Act. Now, Antigua and Barbuda implemented the Disabilities and Equal Opportunities Act in 2017. And this act sought to expound on equal opportunities and non-discrimination principles, which are enshrined in the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and also it did this in line with the Constitution of Antigua and Barbuda. Now, unfortunately, like Jamaica, Antigua and Barbuda's Act has yet to come into force because of the requirement of development of key regulations. And this is an ongoing process. Antigua and Barbuda is currently in consultation with key stakeholders in the development of these regulations, such as the Association for Persons with Disabilities in Antigua. And so, despite Antigua and Barbuda not having the legislation yet in force, key principles which are enshrined within a convention can be seen at the policy level, and that practical steps have been taken within certain key aspects in Antigua and Barbuda. We can see this in areas such as education, where we can see that there is access to education for all persons living with disabilities, and that Antigua is working towards implementing and allowing for mainstream education for persons with disabilities. We see this in terms of special accommodation also being taken within the schools, such as use of information technology software for children in the schools, such as children with visual impairments, as well as children with learning impairments, such as and other related disabilities, such as dyslexia. We also have, for those children who unfortunately cannot be integrated into the mainstream system, we have specialized schools in Antigua, such as the government-based Adele School, which provides support for both learning impaired as well as for children with physical impairments. We also have seen in the case of work, where that there is a move towards equal opportunity and equal pay for all, and the principles of non-discrimination have been implemented within the workplace. Safe work environments can be seen, and as well as reasonable accommodation have been made within work environments. And I can speak to this, being severely visually impaired myself, and being able to work at a senior level within the Attorney General's chambers in Antigua, and that I can say that special accommodation was provided, and I see this within other government sectors. And yes, more work needs to be done in this area in terms of the culture and the ethos of inclusiveness within Antigua, in terms of having this same cultural ethos run through the private sector. And with continued work, such as the dissemination of education and further conferences like we're having today, I feel that steps will be made in the right direction, and steps of the government of Antigua and Barbuda have been made in the right direction in this way. We also see in areas of transport, Antigua and Barbuda has a para-transport system that facilitates accessibility for persons with disabilities, and recent amendments have been made to the Antigua and Barbuda Transport Board Act. This facilitates parking bays, which is quite significant because this allows accessibility to shops and local government facilities and public buildings, because accessibility is important, and it's a small step, but it is a step in the right direction. And again, I can state that there are several policy developments that have been made in all key aspects in Antigua. And we see other social programs that have been implemented, such as poverty relief programs, that have been undertaken by the Ministry of Social Transformation, as well as a means-tested facility to assist persons with disabilities in the payment of utility bills. And so these are some of the mechanisms that have been placed at the implemented at domestic level in terms of policy changes. And despite policy not being developed in a comprehensive written format, we can see practical steps that have been taken in Antigua and Barbuda, and practical steps to implement the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and steps towards Antigua and Barbuda attaining the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. I would have to say that some of the limitations that have been faced in Antigua are the lack of funding, the improvements that need to be made in terms of cultural awareness for persons with disabilities, and the overarching dissemination of information for persons throughout the society in terms of the concept of inclusiveness and the concept of non-discrimination for all. However, I feel that the government has made some significant steps, yet work still has to be done in terms of developing policies that can be implemented at a national level, and comprehensive policies that could be incorporated across all government ministries in Antigua. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mo. And so we've heard now from our three presenters for the remainder of this session. And at this time, I would like to open the floor for any questions or just to have a conversation around their experiences with implementing legislation for persons with disabilities in the Caribbean. So the floor is open for reactions, comments, questions. You can type your question in the chat, or you can just raise your hand using the raise hand feature. I'm not seeing any initial reaction, so maybe whilst persons are gathering their thoughts, I know it's late evening, so we're all ready to refresh ourselves for tomorrow. I would just open this up to, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Barbados, please go ahead.
Edmund Hinkson again, Member of Parliament. I was very interested in what Mr. Singh from Guyana said in terms of, you know, the position in his country. And I think all three of these presentations, in fact, more spoke to a large degree about training and education for persons with disabilities in their respective countries. And I was wondering if Mr. Singh could enlighten us a bit more in terms of incentives given to persons with disabilities after they're trained to now create their own employment. Because we accept that right now it is difficult or get in the private sector without, as was pointed out, making it mandatory to some extent to employ persons with disabilities. But what can we do in terms of creating more opportunities and incentives for persons with disabilities who are trained to go into their own businesses, self-employment, in terms, for instance, of government, as I said before, giving affirmative action to persons with disabilities in terms of government contracts or you know, those kind of incentives possibly. I was wondering if any of Guyana or any countries.
Yeah, I can share with you what we've done here in Guyana. Are you hearing me clearly?
Yes, Mr. Singh, go ahead.
Yeah, one of the things that we've done, and I've been in charge of the training of persons with disabilities, that program I mentioned, where over 500 persons have been trained. In some areas of training, we have given kits. So if it's, let's say, computer repairs, or if it's cosmetology, we would have given the tools to the persons with disabilities if they want to start something up with some small amount of materials. And so earlier this year, we established a relationship with the Ministry of Tourism, which has oversight of the Small Business Bureau. And they've made a pledge to provide grants to persons with disabilities who have a desire to establish their own small business. That process is ongoing, and persons with disabilities would receive a maximum of $2,500 US, and it can range from 1,000 to 2,500 depending on their project size. Additionally, persons with disabilities who have existing small business, they can have concessionary loans. Those loans can be underwritten by the Small Business Bureau with, again, concessionary interest rates. It's a work in progress. We've submitted a list of approximately 50 persons with disabilities who have expressed an interest to establish your own business. So there are some efforts to assist persons with disabilities to establish small businesses. And, we've been trying to get government to allocate small contracts to persons with disabilities who have businesses that provide service that are needed by government. And again, it's a work in progress. We're seeing some light at the end of the tunnel with this, and hopefully we can be able to make some progress. But employment, as you said earlier, it's a big challenge, and that's one of the ways that we're hoping to curb the issue of unemployment. Thank you. Yeah, that's it for me. Thanks. Yes, I'm finished. Yeah.
I'm not certain if we've lost our host.
Probably we did.
Yes, I think that's what's happened.
Definitely.
Yes.
So we can assume the responsibility if there's no other questions. So if anyone has any other question, we can venture to answer.
Yes, if anyone has any further questions to ask, if anything with Antigua and Barbuda, or any of the other countries' experiences.
Seems not.
Or have we been kicked out? I don't understand. Let me see.
I hope not.
Because it just seems like it's.
Colleagues, I apologize. I hope you're hearing
Okay.
me. We were having some technical difficulties on this end, so we missed some of the conversation. I trust it was very useful to those present who are already implementing legislation, as well as those who are now in the process of, considering the kind of inputs that would inform their process. We're trying to resolve the problem. And so if you could bear with us a few more minutes, we will come back on properly.
We were just
Okay,
about to
that's
hijack
fine.
the panel, so.
All right, you can go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the stimulating discussion that has taken place in the last two sessions. And I want to thank Ms. Kerry-Ann Eiffel and Mrs. Nicola Barker Murphy for their guidance of the session. And I want to thank the panelists from Jamaica, Bahamas, Cayman Island, Haiti, Guyana, and Antigua and Barbuda for the excellent presentations that you have made to give us greater insights as to how you have gone about implementing your legislation, because those experiences are going to be critical for other jurisdictions in terms of shaping and fashioning their legislation. And the critical importance of the session is to make sure that you take notes, and that will assist in the guidance of the future. I just want to thank all individuals who have participated in the day. Truly, it has been an eye-opening engagement from the start of the opening session. We had some very interesting greetings and scintillating keynote address from the Right Honorable Baroness Patricia Scotland. And that set the tone for the day. Then we went into the overview of the conference and the whole issue of the legislative environment in the Caribbean, followed by the international legislative commitment by Professor Marcus Schiefer, which again gave us insights as to what are the obligations and commitments of state parties under the CRPD, and giving individuals and countries an indication as to what are the issues for consideration in formulating legislation to protect persons with disabilities. Then we went into the panel, discussion, sharing the experiences of Caribbean countries in implementing the legislation. So the stage has been set for us to venture into tomorrow's sessions, which will undoubtedly focus on the specific legislation for persons with disabilities. The template has been shared, and so we implore participants to read and come to participate and share and fine-tune the document, because we want to make a declaration at the end of the day and to set some time frame for countries within the region to implement the specific legislation for persons with disabilities. just as all of you. And I want to thank you very much for your fabulous contribution. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for your support. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We will start for registration at 9 o'clock and then get the business on. All right? Thank you very much. And until then, Godspeed. We're going to transition shortly to a discussion on the COVID pandemic and its effect on persons with disabilities in the Caribbean, but that is going to be on a different platform. So we will be making a transition from here to that platform being hosted by UNESCO. Thank you very much. God bless.